We're good?
Michelle,
Okay,
ready?
good morning. I'd like to I'd like to start with a roll call, please, if I may, of folks. Miss Antoine.
Here.
Mr. Gilliland.
Here.
Mr. Live.
Bob.
You're muted, Bob.
Mr. Live. Okay. Okay. Miss Hummer. Here. Miss Alvey.
Here.
Miss Ellis.
Here.
Mr. Grannon.
Here.
Miss Schallheim.
Yeah, I'm here.
I now like to recognize Miss Ellis. Miss Ellis?
Madam President, I move that the board go into closed session to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice on a legal matter, to conduct collective bargaining negotiations, or consider matters that relate to the negotiations.
Do I have a motion? Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Miss Howe, please call roll.
Miss Antoine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Aye.
Miss Hummer?
Aye.
Miss Alvey?
Aye.
Miss Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Miss Schallheim?
I'm having technical difficulties, but I.
Miss Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Okay, folks, we're now going to enter into closed session. Please remain silent and on pause for 1 full minute. Thank you very much. We'll return at 10 a.m. Good morning, and welcome to this meeting of the Board of Education on Wednesday, April the 1st, 2020. This meeting is being televised live on AACPS TV and live streamed on the internet. Given the current circumstances, public comment, as was publicly announced in the press release, will take place on agenda items only today. Ms. Howe will read any public testimony that was submitted to the board office at the time of the agenda item being discussed. Please pause now for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance. Stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. Now the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, given that we cannot display every member at all times, and are still working through some of the video technologies for individual members, I'm going to make a roll call at this time so that the public is aware of which members are in attendance. Starting with Ms. Antoine. Ms. Antoine.
Good morning, I'm present.
Thank you. Mr. Gilliland.
Hi, I'm here.
Great. Mr. Lai.
Good morning, I'm here.
Great. Thank you. Ms. Hummer.
Good morning, I'm here.
Ms. Alvey.
Good morning. I'm here as well.
Ms. Ellis.
Good morning, I'm here.
Mr. Grannon. Mr. Grannon.
Did you get my here?
We do now. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Ms.
I think I was double muted, so I'll mute myself if that's okay. It's easier for me to get in that way.
Yeah, whichever way you prefer is perfectly fine. You don't have a lot of background noise either. Ms. Solheim?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning.
Great. Just for the public's notice, you're going to see the last several people that are speaking at any time. That is the way our environment works for the here and now. Item 2.03, the approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second, that's Julie, second.
Okay,
President Corkadell, I'm sorry. I do have an administrative correction, if I could, please, for the minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Please feel free to share with Ms. Howe. Yes.
Okay, it's just that it indicated that I was absent, which I was, but I would like it updated to say that it was absent due to illness or hospitalization, whichever one is best for her. Thank you.
I think that's very appropriate, Ms. Antoine, and I think that's a good idea. Ms. Howe, could you please note the record as a technical edit?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Ms. Antoine. Okay, do we have any further comments? Please just unmute if there are any other edits to the meeting minutes. Seeing none, Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Lai?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Alvey?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schulheim,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell.
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Great. Establish agenda order, item 2.04. Are there any edits? Noted.
President Corkadell, I would like to get some clarification on the agenda if I could, please.
Yes, ma'am.
So I am looking on the agenda at departmental reports, and I did not see the departmental breakout, so I wanted to better understand how we are covering the departmental reports for this month, please.
This month, there will be no departmental reports. The staff has been working on the COVID emergency and has not been able to establish a update to their last one, given the closures of the schools. I apologize if members were not understanding that in advance, but there will be no departmental reports. We're going to look into restoration of those and may even, we'll look at definitely once we can restore those, we will make sure that they are broken out appropriately and added in.
Okay, my only concern with that, President Corkadell, is the fact that there are topics that directly align with what's going on right now, to include safety and security, diversity and inclusion, even bullying with our e-learning environments. So I would like, when we get there, to have the opportunity to at least ask questions about those topics.
I'll have to check availability with Dr. Arlotto of the staff, because it was not an original agenda item, be able to address. As I said, this was more logistical because of the staff's availability, because of the food service and the instruction that they're bringing online this week. Dr. Arlotto, what are your thoughts on adding that in for a Q&A at this time?
Well, we don't have all the same, we don't have anything prepared. We'll certainly attempt to answer questions, and I don't have all the same staff online because we weren't anticipating these as agenda items. But if you so wish, we'll certainly, I will attempt to answer questions as best I can.
Okay, let's do a, Ms. Antwine has made a motion to add departmental reports to the extent of question and answer, and we now have a second.
So if I could, President Corkadell, I don't think it warrants a motion because we've already added this monthly to our agenda.
Actually, we do, because it was not prepared for. So this is a true addition to the agenda. So yes, we will be taking a vote.
I'm fine with that. I can certainly motion that we it's on the agenda already. It's just blank, but that we have the opportunity to ask questions about those topics when it gets there.
And I believe Ms. Schulheim already has seconded that. Thank you very much for restating. Do we have any comments to this item? Seeing none, Ms. Howell, please call roll on the motion to add Q&A to the departmental reports.
Ms. Santwine,
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland,
Aye.
Mr. Live,
Nay.
Ms. Hummer,
Nay.
Ms. Alvey,
Nay.
Ms. Ellis,
Aye.
Mr. Grannon,
I'm going to vote no, only because Dr. Arlotto has indicated he doesn't have the appropriate staff prepared to do this, but I would support Ms. Santwine's effort to have it for the next meeting.
Ms. Schulheim,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell.
I'm going to just say that I'm in agreement with Mr. Grannon, that I'm definitely supportive of it, and I will definitely work with Dr. Arlotto to restore as much as possible of our regularly occurring items, including the departmental reports, and we can consider that definitely for the next meeting. But I will be a no for the addition for today.
Motion fails 4-5.
Okay. Moving along.
I still, with that being the case, I figured as much without the explanation. I would like because this is the second time something that the board agreed to on the agenda has been altered without the board's total consent. I would like for us to get a legal read on how we can dismiss items that the board has agreed to. Despite the circumstances, these are critical topics, not just arbitrary topics. I also look on this agenda and I see other items that don't measure up to these topics. Safety of our students, security of our students, the diversity and inclusion for equity in education, those topics are important. So if we could get a legal understanding of how we can remove this from the agenda that was agreed on almost 2 years ago.
Mr. Burns, we have a point of order request as to the establishment of the agenda. If you could please speak to the circumstance and the authority of the final agenda of how it is presented.
Thank you, Ms. Corkadell. For the record, Darren Burns, Board Counsel. I understood Ms. Antwine's question, and I do think we got to cover 2 points. One is your agenda has specific agenda items, Ms. Antwine, as well as sections. The sections remain, I think, as they've generally been mapped out over the past many months. Whether or not items on the agenda are included in those sections, whatever those sections might be, whether it's section 4, section 5, section 3, that's going to be ultimately at the discretion of the board president per your policy and your handbook, working with the superintendent and staff, taking into account requests of board members as you've done in the past. So I don't know whether it's a legal issue of whether or not an agenda item agreed to in the past has to be on agenda today or at a future meeting. I think there's more discretion than that. That's my opinion. I would simply suggest that in that regard, if you have published procedures for setting your agenda, whether they're in your handbook or whether they're in your policy or regulations, that's what should be followed. With respect to your more narrower question about what you say was agreed to for those 4 departmental reports, again, I would just suggest to you that they were agreed to and placed on the agenda in this section 3 as it sits today. But as specific individual items, that's not necessarily a mandate that every meeting all 4 of those items appear. And I think your concern was that there wasn't board consensus, I think that was your word, but whether it's agreement or consensus, to not have those 4 items, again, I think that goes back to the discretion of the agenda setting. And I think the final point to note is, if in fact there's an agenda item for which it's not possible to make a presentation, either because of the circumstances, because of lack of information, because of lack of staffing, I'm not sure that doesn't override an expectation of what should be on the agenda. I think the key is, from a public standpoint, is if you publish an agenda with an agenda item on it, and I'm talking about Open Meetings Act and similar expectations, if this agenda had been published, including those 4 reports, then I think it's a legitimate concern that suddenly today those 4 reports weren't on there, because you would have notified the public. But because the public was aware that in this case Section 3 was not going to include reports, I think you've satisfied the Open Meetings Act requirements and probably satisfied your policy and procedures. To be candid, I did not know this question was going to come up. So if you want a full-blown legal opinion on your question, and want to commission me to do that, I can certainly have that answer for you over the next period of days before your next meeting. But it does sound like the president and superintendent are prepared to add these 4 regular reports back at the next meeting. So perhaps that's not the best use of council's time.
I appreciate the opinion. I will stand on. I would have to see the rules on that. With these reports are critical, and I will be glad to take any information that you have concerning that. I have a major concern that the public may be like the board member here and saw the reports and saw a blank and didn't understand or know what that meant. We also didn't have the time to go into that before the open sessions. My main critical concern is that we should not undermine these topics. We should not arbitrarily take them off without discussion with the rest of the board, because these are topics that, as you can see, work to cripple our system of education. And I believe we are doing the students and our entire system an injustice when we, on more than one occasion, decide not to cover these topics.
Your comments are duly noted, Ms. Antwine. I would like to say for the public record, because I think your comments I have a lot of respect for, but some of the underlying assumptions that could be drawn from some of the language, I don't believe would be appropriate to go without having a follow-up comment of closure on this. We spent hours reviewing the agenda to determine what a restoration of normal, and we have to, this is not a optional item, we have to consider the staff who are actually creating these reports. And I have never removed reports directly from the agenda. There have been months where we have had specific presentations in lieu of a formal report, and have still always afforded the Q&A based on the will of the whole board at that moment in time. Our agenda was published to all board members last week, and I did not receive any questions or concerns. Additionally, in closed session, we went over the methodology of how we were going to go to restore normal agenda items in closed session on Monday, where additional opportunities for questions such as this would have been appropriate to address. Being that we are now in the public and the agenda has been published and the staff's availability to do such things was limited, and given that the board has exhibited a will to proceed for this particular meeting, recognizing that there will be an opportunity for the department reports to resume, and I am willing to put them in the evening, where typically they would be included in the day for the very next meeting. I think we are going to move along. We have received the legal briefing that Mr. Burns is able to provide at this time.
I have something to say about what you were just saying. I did come.
This is not on the agenda. Point of order.
Oh, good night. I did come with you
Jesus. We have to maintain an order here, and we are in front of the public, and we have an agenda to follow. This item has been closed. It has been voted on. There was a legal point of order made. That legal point of order has been obliged. Moving along.
President Corkadell, I still have some changes to the agenda I would like to propose, please.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
But I'll, if I could, I think Ms. Schallenheim also had questions about the agenda.
Well, we're going in roll call order, so if you have anything to say or a motion to present for the agenda, please do so now.
Yes, ma'am. With this one, with this one still being a topic of discussion, I'll yield the time for that. I will request it to come back to me so that I can offer my other motions for the agenda changes.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Gilliland.
Nothing for me, thank you.
Mr. Ladd.
Nothing for me, thank you.
Ms. Hummer.
Nothing for me, thank you.
Ms. Alvey.
I'm good, thanks.
Ms. Ellis.
Nothing for me, thank you.
Mr. Grannon.
Nothing.
Ms. Schallenheim.
Yes, what I was trying to say before is you were saying that no one came to you with concerns about the agenda, and that's simply not true. I came to you with concerns about the agenda, and I'm going to yield my time to Ms. Antwine, who I believe has something more to say.
Before we do that, I need to clarify that. That question was specific to the reports, and I did not hear any specific questions to the reports. And I'm going to remind everyone of proper order of decorum and mutual respect as we are speaking to one another. We are in a public session, and I'd like us to be able to demonstrate the team effort that I know that we each have as individuals with one another to our public at this time. despite these challenging moments on this new platform. Ms. Antwine.
Thank you, President Corkadell. As I look at the agenda items, if we can move down to the action items section, section 6, I move that we switch section 6.03 and section 6.04 so that we can address educational equity before we address board member governance.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Yes, I'll second.
Discussion. Hearing no.
I'm sorry if I may, Miss Antwine, do you have information to support your request, why you're requesting that?
Ms. Vice President Ellis, I believe that it is a matter of prioritization and importance to the system, educational equity in this time with the pandemic and otherwise going on. It is very important that we not spend a lot of time addressing items that may not lend as much support and importance to the entire system. This particular educational equity topic is also a state legal mandate from my understanding, and I believe we should address that first.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments? I'll just say myself that I'm going to be a nay on this. I think the order of it was, just to clarify, was that to dispose of those items that are familiar in policy. Typically, we go from third reader down through then second readers, then first readers in the orders of which, because the board members' ethics and professional standards has been visited several times alongside with the agenda preparation distribution being on third order, was the logic behind this so that we can take that additional time for education equity and ensure that the other items have been appropriately disposed of, recognizing that they are things that the board is already familiar with and has debated on multiple occasions, was the logic. So I will be a no on that, but I do appreciate that. I actually chose to put education equity as the second one of first reader so we can, without worry of time constraints, have that serious introductory discussion and ensure that it does get through its first reader so we can make sure we are obliging the state. So for the same reasons, I chose a different order of approach and will be voting no for Ms. Antwine. Ms. Antwine, did you want to make a last comment as the originator of the motion before we go to roll call vote?
No, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
I think given the reasons the president said, and I know that there's always some staff logistics in ensuring people are prepared at the particular times noted, I am going to vote no on this one.
Mr. Lai?
Nay.
Ms. Hummer?
Nay.
Ms. Alvey?
Nay.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
I support Ms. Antwine's the spirit of what she's saying, but I think that we're going to get to everything in this meeting, and that it's going to make it easier for the public following along remotely if we stick to the agenda as published. So I'll vote nay.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
And Ms. Corkadell?
Nay, as for reasons already stated.
Motion fails 6-3.
Thank you very much. Item 6. So we now have establishment of agenda order still on the ticket. Is there anything, I believe Ms. Schalheim had yielded her roll call time to Ms. Antwine, so we are able to now entertain a final vote on the agenda order. Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Miss Antwine,
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland,
Aye.
Mr. Leib,
Aye.
Miss Hummer,
Aye.
Miss LV,
Aye.
Miss Ellis,
Aye.
Mr. Grannon,
Aye.
Miss Schulheim,
Aye.
Miss Corkadell.
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Thank you very much. Item 6.02, I'm sorry, item 6.01, personnel. Dr. Alato, your recommendation, please.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I recommend board approval of the actions as stipulated on the attached sheets.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Let's roll call discussion. Ms. Antwine.
Aye.
Oh, just any comments? I'll just say, instead of roll calling that, does anyone have any comments? Please unmute and speak.
Understood. I have no comments.
Thank you. Anybody else with comments or questions on personnel? Seeing none, Ms. Al, please call roll.
Miss Antwine,
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland,
Aye.
Mr. Leib,
Aye.
Miss Hummer,
Aye.
Miss LV,
Aye.
Miss Ellis,
Aye.
Mr. Grannon,
Aye.
Miss Schulheim, Miss Corkadell.
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Okay. We're going to take a second and allow to make sure that Dr. Alato, if you could let me know when policy staff is ready, we can move forward. Ms. Ortiz, are you positioned, you and your staff?
I am here. Good morning.
Good morning. So nice to see your face. Haven't seen it in a while. I miss it. Okay, great. Okay, we are now moving on to item 6.02, agenda preparation and distribution. Code BCA is on its third reader. Is there anything that you would like to go over, Ms. Ortiz?
No, I don't have anything to review. Thank you.
Okay, great. Dr. Olato, do you have a recommendation for the board?
Yes, ma'am, indeed I do. I recommend board approval of policy BCA, subject to final correction for style and format.
Okay. I'm willing to entertain a motion.
I move to approve.
Second.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Roll call, any questions? Ms. Antwine?
President Corkadell, with the legal read that we had earlier, even though I'm going to agree with what we have here, I would like for us to consider an updated alteration once I get the rules and better understand them in terms of agenda preparation.
So that would have to be a motion to hold the vote, because once the vote goes through, we would not normally reopen a policy, particularly if we're aware of it prior to it. So if you would like to request to hold this, you can do so with a motion, but we can, the going in and out is not in parliamentary performance of how we address policies and adoption.
I understood from that perspective. I do not plan to hold this because of it's definitely on third reading, and I was in agreement with what the content here was. However, if additional comment comes, I still hold my position that I can initiate changes if necessary. Thank you.
Changes could be followed using the policy on policy that we recently adopted, and every member is always welcome to do that and encouraged to do that by working through Mr. Leib, who is the policy chair and can walk through any reopeners of any policy that the board is making as it follows the policy on policy. Thank you very much, Ms. Antoine, for your comments and concerns. They are definitely noted. Any other questions or comments for Ms. Ortiz, or comments to make at this time? Ms. Antoine?
I'm good.
Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry. I went back to leave.
It's hard when we can't see one another's. We're not interacting like the dais. We're going to have a couple moments where occasionally we're going to be on different pages, and that's okay. That's a first run out. I'm feeling good about it still. Mr. Gilliland.
Nothing for me, thank you.
Mr. Leib.
No comment.
Ms. Hummer.
No comment.
Ms. Alvey.
No comment, thank you.
Ms. Ellis.
No comment.
Mr. Grannon.
Nothing.
Ms. Schallheim.
Nothing to add.
Okay. I have no additional questions to add, but except for a warm thank you to Ms. Ortiz, these and other things, keeping us rolling, in addition to keeping us updated on the legislative thing that'll be coming up at a near future meeting. I want to thank you guys very much, because now you're having to work remote under very unique circumstances, and that creates a unique challenge for your group. So thank you very much for your commitment. With that stated, Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Alvey?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Okay, thank you very much. Next item, 6.03, Board Members' Ethics and Professional Standards, Code BK. Ms. Ortiz, we are at the first reader, so I'm going to first start to see if there are additional comments that the two originators wanted to make, which is our former president, Mr. Gilliland, and myself. Mr. Gilliland, do you have anything that you would like to state, since we're still in first reader? I'm going to still follow the same procedure.
Thank you, Madam President. Nothing to add today. I think my comments at the last meeting are still relevant, so I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
I myself have spoken on occasions with this and see no need to add to the public record on this as well. So, Ms. Ortiz, would you like to go through? I know there's been some changes, and there was, we were actually, this is one that we had started to work through the completion of its first reader, and in the absence of counsel, due to the time of day that we were still meeting in at our last meeting, if you recall, we decided unilaterally to suspend that and resume. With that resumption, Ms. Ortiz, I don't know if there's anything new to add to the table, but certainly it is welcome before we proceed where we left off.
I was muted, sorry. I'll try.
No worries. No, that's what we're supposed to do, is mute until it's our time. Thank you for following that.
For the record, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative and Policy Counsel, as President Corkadell mentioned, BK, Board Member Ethics and Professional Standards, is before you on first reading for a third time. We've spent hours discussing it in public board meetings and also in the policy committee. The policy encompasses already existing ethical obligations and professional standards of board members that are regulated in different ways, such as the state public ethics law, the board ethics and conflict of interest policy, the board handbook, etc. It was originally before you on first reading on February 5th. The board agreed to send it back to policy committee for additional amendments. The policy committee met on February 19th and reviewed every single amendment proposed. I think there were like 3 or 4 pages worth of amendments that were reviewed. An amended policy BK was developed as a result. The revised policy was voted out unanimously out of the policy committee. The policy was before you again on a second first reading on March 4th. And for the reasons President Corkadell indicated, it was agreed, the board agreed to bring it back for a third first reading before moving forward. I will note, because there were some things that were referenced and agreed upon at the last meeting as some clarifying and technical amendments, so I'll run through those real quick. I highlighted them to you for your convenience. And there was concern that there wasn't any reference to the professional standards piece in the purpose, so I went ahead and added a sentence there to be clear that the policy not only covers state-mandated ethics requirements, but also professional standards developed by the board. If you look at page 2, B there, subparagraph B, we rephrased that wording from the previous wording to, I think it said, AACPS as a whole or something to that regard, and it was recommended that we use this language clarifying students, parents, guardians, community, etc., employees, as we did in another section of the policy, so I did that to align. Number 2, the definition for improper influence, it was voted on by the board to add a definition. I was asked to come up with a definition, and so that's the definition that I developed based on research. If you skip over to page 4, there was questions about being clear where the ethics standards are coming from, and so I revised the title there for number 3 to state that it's in accordance with the Maryland State Public Ethics Law. If you go to page 5, we made a technical amendment because we had his or herself, which was something I didn't love, and we just decided to be more inclusive to say board members and themselves. So those were all of the sort of technical and clarifying amendments that were developed as a result of the March 4th meeting in which we last reviewed the policy. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ortiz. We are going to go round robin to address questions. But before we do that, if I could please get Dr. Alato's recommendation on it, or actually, no, I'm sorry, skip that. You did the initial recommendation, and it has since been amended, so that will not be necessary. My apologies, Dr. Alato.
No worries, that's correct. Thank you.
I was thinking that through, and I said, wait, because first readers, it's an automatic. So, no worries. Sorry about that. To confuse everyone, we're going to start with Ms. Antwine on any questions for Ms. Ortiz or any amendments that you would like to propose at this time. Ms. Antwine.
Okay. Thank you, President Corkadell. I do have one amendment and wanted to have understanding as to some of the content. This is in section F. I cannot move Ms. Ortiz's, so I'll have to pull it up on my end. Give me just a second. It's actually section 2, letter F, under professional standards related to school system administration. It currently reads, board members shall successfully complete a fingerprint supported background check upon being elected to the board before having access to AACPS students or school system facilities. and abide by school system requirements for additional fingerprint supported background checks during their first term in office. I am making a recommendation of an amendment to exclude before having access to AACPS students or school system facilities. This is primarily because our elections and our first meeting are, when we were elected, I think they were maybe not even a week apart. And I do not believe that a successful background check will come back in time. And so we're now impeding on the elected members' opportunity to serve the public while we wait on these background checks.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. And Ms. Antwine has explained it, so if we could go, then that would be Mr. Gilliland. Any questions for staff or comments you would like to make to the amendment proposed?
I think others may have some questions, so I'll defer at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilliland. Mr. Lai.
No questions.
Ms. Hummer?
Yes, I have a question for Ms. Ortiz. The way this language is worded, my understanding with the background checks is that when we say school-related facilities, I took that to mean more that facilities where children are present. So that would not include the board office or the boardroom. Is that accurate? Should it be clarified to reflect that? That's my question for Ms. Ortiz.
Thank you for the question. So yes, so just for background on this amendment, it came from Mr. Fredericks, the board auditor recommended that we added this language into the policy and for public safety reasons, particularly as it relates to our students in schools. And so, you know, all volunteers and employees have to go through background checks before we're allowed to be around children. And so the thought was that, of course, the board who sets the example and is the oversight should be held to the same standard. And so, yes, we can definitely, if it's the board's will, to make it specific to schools, system facilities where AACPS students are present or, you know, being educated or whatever language I can come up with, we can do that to make it more narrowly apply it. The issue is that you wouldn't want someone that has a problematic background check, right? Because anybody can be voted into office as a board member if they meet the basic requirements established under the law. So you can have someone with a really problematic background, you know, maybe like a criminal background, that we wouldn't want them around our children for public safety, obvious public safety reasons. And so that was the primary concern.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Hummer. Ms. Alvey?
No questions, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Ellis?
Thank you. I think just adding on to the discussion that was just had, as a newly elected board member, I did experience problems with receiving information and being part of the communication system as we were ramping up to our first board meeting. So I would not want anything in the policy to create further problems there. So I agree with the concern that board members need to be able to be active and effective from the beginning. But I have no problem with something in our policy that prevents board members from having access to schools and children until that background check is done.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. So, Mr. Grannon?
Yeah, thank you, President Corkadell. I just, to be frank, I didn't completely follow Mrs. Ortiz's response to Ms. Hummer. Is an amendment necessary? Because the language I heard implies that that only governs access to facilities where children would be present. So does something need to be changed to effectuate that, or are you saying the current language, that's the natural reading of it?
So thank you for the question. If the board feels that it needs to be clarified, if there's confusion with the word school system facilities, then I would recommend just saying school facilities and removing the word system if board members feel that that would be even clearer.
Okay.
I support that.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Grannon. Ms. Schalheim?
Yes, I totally agree with everything that Ms. Ellis stated. I found the communication to be a bit rough at the beginning too, and I wondered if that. I certainly don't want the three coming on in December to have that same experience. I also think that I support removing. What was the word? Was it system?
Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, I definitely support that, and I think it should be clarified so that there can't be a misinterpretation of this. So yeah, I support that amendment or that change, and I do agree that no one should have access to children before they're fully vetted.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Schalheim. Greatly appreciated. I'm landing on the side with Ms. Hummer and Ms. Ellis and Ms. Schalheim. I do believe that if this motion does not pass, that we could do a technical edit of removal of system because its intent is still going to be the same as Mr. Grannon had pointed out. I have no comments on the particular motion on the table of Ms. Antwine's. So unless there's no additional comments, Ms. Antwine, did you want to have any last comments as the originator of the motion?
Yes, please. It was recommended that we make some amendments to my original motion, so I'd like to do that if I could. Also, I do not want it misconstrued. I agree that a background check should be required for all employees of our system. I also believe that we do not want the wrong people around our students. I just know too that from experience that background checks can be misinterpreted, be held over and otherwise, or be detrimental to the success of those elected to serve the public. And so we want to sincerely be careful about how we approach this moving forward, especially for our newly elected members. They deserve the opportunity to hit the ground running and serve. Finally, I would like to amend my motion.
Yes, ma'am.
I motion that in section 2, letter F, that it read as follows. Board members shall successfully complete a fingerprint supported background check upon being elected to the board before having access to AACPS students.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second redressed. I think the majority of the comments have already been made, so I will just ask that anyone unmute your button at this time if you would like to comment to the new motion that Ms. Antwine has presented.
I just wanted to speak before I vote that I am most comfortable with the previously recommended alteration of this to say just to remove the word system. I would be comfortable with that.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Ellis. Any other
Michelle?
comments? Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Live here.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
I agree with Ms. Ellis. I concur with that position and Mr. Grannon.
Okay.
And I agree with that as well. I would prefer to keep saying school facilities rather than just AACPS students.
Okay. Sounds like we have all our comments checked in. Ms. Howe, please call roll on the following motion that board members shall successfully complete a fingerprint-supported background check upon being elected to the board before having access to AACPS students. Period. Semicolon and. Please call roll.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
No.
Mr. Lyde?
No.
Ms. Hummer?
No.
Ms. Alvey?
Nay.
Ms. Ellis?
Nay.
–
Mr. Grannon?
Nay, because the technical edit suggested by Ms. Ortiz accomplishes the goal that was appropriately and correctly noted by Ms. Antoine.
Ms. Schulheim?
Nay for exactly what Eric just stated.
Ms. Corkadell?
No.
Motion fails, 8-1.
Okay, I'm going to take a presidential exercise to suggest, Ms. Ortiz, it appears we do have consensus and a majority to remove the word system from facilities. Is there any disagreement with that by any board members as a technical edit? Hearing none, we are moving forward with the word system removed between the word school and facilities in section 2, subsection F, subsection I. Moving along, Ms. Antoine, did you have any other comments, debate points, or amendments to the draft of policy code BK?
So I did, but out of fairness, I did promise Mr. Live that I would get those to him prior to. He was already aware of my concerns with the background check. So I will yield my time, and if I have questions later, I'll ask those.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gilliland.
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Mr. Live.
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Ms. Hummer. Ms. Hummer? Okay.
Nothing to add.
Thank you. Ms. Alvey?
Nothing to add.
Okay. And Ms. Ellis?
Nothing at this time.
Okay. Mr. Grannon?
Yes, thank you, President Corkadell. I have a question for Ms. Ortiz, and then I have a comment. My question to Ms. Ortiz is, whatever hiccups there may have been with any individuals, and I don't know because I did not experience any myself, every board member now has satisfied, for example, any background check and fingerprinting requirements. So there's no concern that might be of the type that was just discussed because we've all cleared that. What time consideration or urgency is there to the implementation of this policy, if any?
So I think the board, this is something as Ms. Corkadell and President Corkadell and Mr. Gilliland mentioned, they wanted to, move forward with, and we're thinking about moving something forward as of last fall. And so I do think that, yes, we do have, I would believe if folks are accessing schools, I'm not aware of any issues with the background checks. However, holding up the policy could impact when it's in place and implemented for when we have our next round of elected school board members. And so certainly that would be impactful. And I don't want to speak on behalf of anyone else, but I do believe that one of the reasons of the development of the policy was to ensure that all board members are fully aware and informed of their responsibilities so that there is no confusion. And so I would think that we would want something in place, as soon as possible, and certainly before we have new elected board members. But I don't know if, President Corgadell or Mr. Gilliland want to speak further, given that this came from them.
Okay, I will add that this is part of the outcome from the Handbook Committee as well, along with some of the other things that we've been seeing, agenda and a couple others. These are outgrowths from the board's subcommittee on handbook. And I believe Mr. Gilliland and I covered all of the other cursorative comments of how we got here and why we got here and why we felt it was important. I don't feel the need to reiterate that. I would like to, if Mr. Grannon will allow me, to ask Mr. Federick to please weigh in, because these are his recommendations based on an audit that we asked him to do. And although the details of the audit is not in the arena of a public meeting as it relates to this particular recommendation of his, I'm happy to, if you have questions for him as to how we got some of this language, to bring him into the conversation if you would like. Mr. Grannon?
Now, President Corco, my principal concern at this time isn't necessarily with the substance of the recommended policy changes. It's with the timing. And, I understand, obviously, you as president and, we as all the board members, we're trying to conduct ourselves in as normal course as we can under the circumstances to get our business done, which is what we should be doing. But at the same time, I think we have to be sort of, realistic and sensitive to the fact that this isn't a normal time. This is probably, I'm going to suspect, one of the lowest attended board members or board meetings in terms of public participation in quite some time, just because of the circumstances. And people are focused on their kids at home, and they're focused on all kinds of other emergency considerations, what they're doing with their employment or lack of employment, all that kind of thing. And if we're putting this out there for public comment based on the idea that, we want to give maximum time to folks to consider all this stuff, I just think it's a little maybe unrealistic for us to think that, okay, in the next 30 days, the public is going to be giving their utmost attention to this item. And it's an important one, and if we want to get that public input, I think we should all, hit pause and reflect if what we're doing is sending out, these, supposedly really important changes when the entire county is focused on other stuff. And I just wonder, are we really, maximizing the opportunity for the public to comment to do this at this time? That's where my concern is.
So, Mr. Grannon, that's a very, very good question, and thank you so very much for raising that, because those are ongoing conversations, as you're well aware, from some of the information that we went through over on Monday. But you are correct that there is that. This policy in particular, I will just point out, has had multiple months prior to COVID of public comment and opportunity to hear and weigh in. And correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Ortiz, but we do not, outside of Ms. Oak's original, along with some others that were incorporated in, Dr. Dadoni, and some other things that were considered throughout that, has been flushed through the committee, which is public, and this is all pre-COVID. this is on its third first reader. When you look at the stretch on this being at a first reader, the earliest it would be adopted would be July. And sure, clearly there are opportunities to, if we need to hit the pause button at the second reader. Traditionally, at the second reader is where the majority of the motions are derived from, so that the public has had an opportunity to see that first draft and then respond to it. This particular one, our board has decided to move forward with motions in its first reader. Prior to that, that is a decision that the board has made, and that may be what you are seeing in some limitation, but that was at the will and discretion of board members to propose the amendments and get them back in through committee. And I was supportive of that, most certainly. But in the course of that, we have had opportunities through committee as well as through public now 3 times over again to weigh in on it. And I don't think that there is anything in this particular policy that and review that we're doing that is going to further limit. In fact, these items were chosen so that we can continue to proceed as normal as possible with our policy department in that area because of the careful balance of working through everything in. So I do agree with you that there's going to be things that we would like to get started with that we may choose to hold back. I just think in this particular one, it did sit on the agenda at my decision to because it has been so incredibly vetted and so many opportunities for the public to weigh in for multiple hours at a time and multiple public board sessions prior to the COVID. So I personally am comfortable, but I hope that answered your question, Mr. Grannon, because this is really about your question, not about me. But I'm hoping I'm answering it in a manner that meets your question's needs.
No, thank you for that, President Corkadell. And I guess, to tell you the truth, I probably factored that into my concern because I do think that this policy draft policy took longer to get approval even for first reading with lots of back and forth to the policy committee, which to me means it's ultimately, that much more sensitive. I think this has probably gone back more time for first reading than any one that I remember in 4+ years on the board. So I think that's what I'm factoring into the idea of, like, if there's not, it's not to say that it's not important, but if there's not some timing consideration as to the urgency of it, I just think it's a little bit of the term I'll use is almost like a legal fiction that we're sending this out now for 30 days of comment when there's no reasonable expectation that any sort of regular folks who aren't running for seats on this board are going to actually be commenting on this thing in the next 30 days because everyone else is, worried about their kids and their families and the economy and their health and their lives. And I think justifiably so. So I'm just wondering whether we're actually doing the public the best service by saying, okay, we're putting this out now for you to comment on this in the next 30 days, and that we're looking at a horizon where it's going to be approved, finally by July, also, in the middle of the summer, not a regular school time. So I guess I'll let that speak for itself. I'm going to think about it, to be honest, in the next 2 minutes or so before I have to vote. And if I vote no, it's going to be because of these timing considerations, not because of any particular substantive concern about the content.
Okay. Duly noted. As I stated before, I'll just comment on the technical question of the implication of this is that as Ms. Shalheim, Ms. Ellis had noted, there are moments in time where, we have this magic time come November. And I think under the circumstances, having everything, our base stuff in place, I can say as a candidate, I found it very challenging when the public was finding incredible challenges when they were sifting through the candidates, and I know that was inclusive of my race too, as it related to finding what the ethics are. And I believe I already explained that, but as it relates to moving forward and the timing of this, because there are components of this that, as I said, have sat in the handbook and are cursorative to some of the things that we would like to have in place, that our auditor, as a result of an audit, as I said, that we commissioned to suggest such language, to have it in place and through its appeal time as well, would bring us to that September, October. I think if we get to second reader, Mr. Grannon, within 30 days, and we are still in this COVID situation, I think to put another pause at the second reader would meet the needs of your concern, because, and still keep our process moving forward based on the recommendations that we have always found very helpful from the policy committee that is recommending us to move forward from first reader and hopefully by the end of today into a second reader environment. Second reader environment does not mean adoption. And as I said, we can continue to monitor it. I think the first reader, though, has been thoroughly already vetted through the public, and they've even made their comments and have moved along with no additional ones. So that is the technical implication on the back end as it relates to the fall, is having this solid in place for our new people so that they know how they can operate well and not inadvertently do something to harm themselves or their future, or to become a retribute of a political vindication. So is there any other comments you had, Mr. Grannon?
Well, I'll just say in response to what you said, with that understanding, with the understanding that there's an additional opportunity to, I'm not going to say delay it, but to really hold it for maximum public comment at the second reader, I will vote yes. With that caveat, I also say right now that if there's any further extension of the school closure, meaning students not allowed in buildings, to me that is enough of an exigent circumstance to definitely push this into the fall, and that I will vote for that and move for that if that happens. Okay, thank you.
Greatly appreciated. I understand exactly where you're coming from. Ms. Scholheim, questions, comments, or amendments?
All of the above. Firstly, I want to say that I totally agree with everything that Mr. Grannon stated. I wondered myself and brought it to you earlier before this meeting that I was deeply concerned about having this item on this agenda at this time. It seems to me that we should be talking about other topics than this at this point, but since we are moving forward, yes, I do have several amendments, and so I'll just get to them. So I just want to start at the outset that I have several amendments, and we can take them one by one. So page 3, number 8, the second one from the top. I know this was a member's edition, not from state law. And so I just have deep concerns about critical issues. I want to know how critical issues are going to be defined. My critical issues, your critical issues. How are we defining also efficient, professional, and businesslike? Because I would argue that we might have differing opinions about that as well. And so to me, this text is subjective. It would ultimately lead to members self-defining these terms and holding them against other members. And so therefore, I move to strike this section in its entirety from this document. That is my motion.
Do we have a second?
I will second. Okay. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We're going to roll call order. Ms. Scholheim, as the originator, you have an opportunity to make an additional comment since you are the after everybody has had their round through. So starting with Ms. Antwine. Ms. Antwine.
Are we voting or discussing at this point?
We have a motion and a second, and so we are in discussion for the motion to strike subsection 8. page 3 of 5.
Oh, excellent. Based on what Ms. Schalheim just shared about how subjective this could be, unless it's in our definitions, I think we should strike it.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Gilliland, any comments to the amendment?
No comments. Thank you.
Mr. Ladd?
No comments. Thank you.
Ms. Hummer?
No comments.
Ms. Alvey?
Yes, I did have a question for Ms. Ortiz in regards to this amendment.
Please proceed.
So I believe in policy committee we discussed this particular addition, and I wanted to ask Ms. Ortiz if she could explain where this exactly came from, this language, and I think it was a replacement for a much stricter regulation that was stated in the State Ethics Commission. So if she could speak a little bit on that.
So thank you for the question. Yes, so I think we had a discussion, and I believe, Ms. Alvey, you had referenced the desire to want to emphasize efficiency of the meetings. And so, we discussed that there was previous language that was a little bit more restrictive that came from the State Board of Education, our oversight body, that basically said something to the effect that, board members cannot speak on personal matters and personal opinions, etc. And so we thought that was too restrictive, because there will be instances where it is appropriate for a board member to reference a personal situation. You reference, just being a student member of the board and your unique experience being on the board and the perspective of students in general. And so what we did is we pulled language from the State Board of Education, which it's similar to the language that they use to conduct meetings. Also, you'll see references to business-like professionalism, through our board handbook, and also through other things such as the Open Meetings Act manual and things of that nature. So it's not uncommon language. I think, folks may have differences of opinions as to definitions, but these are words that are widely used. And so one can, kind of infer what would be professional and unprofessional as a board.
Okay, so then to clarify, the state board is adhering to these kinds of terms, and they've figured out a way to kind of work around what these terms mean to them as a body.
Yes.
That being stated, I think that it is important to keep this in the policy, because I feel that as the boards change over time, they will be able to define what these words mean. So although it may be subjective to individual board members, this policy is about professional standards, and each board collectively defines what those standards are for them. And as times change, just like we're in this situation right now, those standards can evolve depending on consensus among the board. So therefore, again, I think that efficiency, professionalism, and business-like manner are all things that are crucial for the board to be successful as a body, and therefore I recommend to my fellow board members to keep that in mind while making a decision on whether this should stay in the policy or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alvey, and thank you, Ms. Ortiz. Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. I'm a bit on the fence with this one. I agree with the spirit of this clause, but I share Ms. Schalheim's concerns. I don't know if we can get some guidance. I don't know if this is a Darren question, but should a board member be challenged in a meeting based on this being in the policy? Would it be sufficient for a board member to basically make their case as to why the item they are discussing is focused on the critical issues? You understand the question? And again, I'm not sure if this is a Darren question. I'm trying to understand how this could play out as far as if this were challenged.
I'm going to suggest let's give Ms. Ortiz a chance and then see if there's additional questions as it relates to our specific board counsel on it. I think this both will have a little bit, I think both are going to have a piece of your answer, but not perhaps the whole. So Ms. Ortiz, if you wouldn't mind.
Ms. Ortiz, do you understand what I'm asking? If a board member during a public meeting were challenged on their conduct based on, I guess, implying that what they're discussing is not a critical issue of governance, that board member in that moment, I imagine, could defend themselves and point to why they see it as critical to governance. I'm just curious how this would play out if someone were challenged on this.
Yeah, so thank you for the question. I'll try to answer it. So, I mean, I think, as with, board meetings now, there are times when board members may want to take up an issue or make a motion to add something to the agenda, for example, and, the board has the opportunity to weigh in or agree or disagree. So I think this is really happening right now. It's just that this subparagraph 8 really kind of spells it out, and it's really, the board president and board officers, but mainly the board president really has the authority as to the sort of flow of board meetings, right? And obviously as individual board members and as a board collectively, if folks are feeling like things are going kind of left and not really addressing key issues that the board needs to be focused on, you have different ways to address that. So I don't think the language here is anything new to how things are currently conducted. It's just putting it kind in writing so that people, it's kind of to like focus, because sometimes we get off topic, and sometimes conversations may flow unintentionally into something that may not be relevant.
Sorry, I
muted myself. So sometimes it is possible in any circumstance to get off topic or flow into a conversation that's not, that may get away from like an agenda item or an issue. And so maybe kind of, bringing it back to like, okay, and I mean, that happens sometimes now in board meetings and in other meetings, whether it's these board meetings or other board meetings. And it's just sort of reminding folks kind of like, okay, let's refocus and stick, to this agenda item. I see that at the General Assembly, whether it's legislation or things of that nature. So yes, I think that certainly it could be referenced if the board president or a board member feels like, a conversation is getting away from sort of where it should be. And certainly a board member has the right currently to explain like, no, this is why I think it's important. And, as I mentioned, I think this happens now.
Ms. Corkadell, could I just add something quickly? Or would you like me to wait for after Mr. Burns?
I think Ms. Ellis has the floor right now, so
okay.
We'll have another chance for second round robin now that you've indicated to do so, and we'll do that for everything, all of our business under this platform. There'll be another chance for another round unless it clearly is looking to be summarized, and then jump in if I'm getting it wrong, obviously.
Okay. My apologies for interrupting.
No worries. Ms. Ellis, you may proceed.
Thank you. So if a board member were challenged for basically going off topic is basically what it sounds like we're talking about. And the president were to step in and indicate and sort of correct the course of the meeting by indicating that we're off topic. The board member being challenged, and I don't know, does this fall into Robert's rules? The board member being challenged, I would think would have an opportunity. Would have an opportunity to defend why they're on this topic, and then other board members would then be able to chime in and either support or not.
Yes, so excellent question. I was going to bring that up, and I'm glad it got addressed as a question. So under parliamentary procedure, and this would be whether or not it's in the policy, I guess, it makes it easier for people to understand that, there's a certain baseline of conduct, of course, but in parliamentary procedure already, if a board member, and it wouldn't even have to be the president, actually felt that, their topic got hijacked, so to speak, is the only time I've ever seen this come up in any boards that I've served in, where this has come up as a major issue, is if someone is introducing something that is not germane to that particular agenda item. That's when another member may get sensitive because they feel that their topic is getting hijacked. So we do this kind of in normal course. I just kind of naturally sort of try to do my best to make sure without intruding on a member's right to speak. But if that were to come up, whether it's coming from the president or from a board member, they would create a point of order saying that it's not germane to the agenda item or to the motion on the table. And then at that point, the president would render a decision. If the decision were aggrieved by the member who it was cited against, they could, at that point of order and appeal back to their board to render a decision on, at which case all debate would stop, and then Ms. Howe would call roll to determine whether or not the board agrees with the president's decision. That is true on a lot of cases. As I said, I've only seen it actually have to play out once, and that was, and those are, you're in a bad place anyways as a board if you're having to do that, because at that point there's a clear and evident divide between two members typically occurring. But I've never seen a president or any board that I've been on go to an extreme and actually get away with it, because they know they can be appealed. And the appeal would be definitely more shaming to the president to have their decision shut down and that kind of naturally eliminates the arbitrary application of it, because yes, a member has a right to appeal any point of order or grievance that is presented against them by any member of the board, inclusive but not limited to the president. Did that answer that question?
I think so. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Did you have any questions for Mr. Burns as it related to that? You had said you maybe wanted to.
No, I think I'm good. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Granite.
Thank you, President Corkadell. I have a question for Ms. Ortiz. Could this section that is the subject of Ms. Schalheim's motion, could it support under the entire, all the provisions of this policy, could it support any type of board sanctioned censure or discipline of a board member short of the state law procedures for removal of a board member?
So thank you for the question. So again, this is something that as a board would have to determine, collectively by a majority, or if there's another established percentage that the board has determined to take any sort of action against a board member. I don't think that a single violation of the things in this section in particular would result in any such action. I think that the board member, the board president likely, or a vice president would mention it or discuss it with the board member if there's an issue, as President Corkadell indicated. They might be addressed in a board meeting or maybe outside of a board meeting. I think the issue could arise if it's like consistent behavior, consistent actions, and then that would be up to the board to determine how to address the matter and whether something to the level of a reprimand or censure would be warranted. But those decisions are really left to the discretion of individual boards to determine the best way to rectify matters. the standard for recommendation of removal of a board member is very high, at the state level. So those behaviors are quite different than this. So it wouldn't rise to anything like that. And again, it just depends on the circumstance and how the board chooses to move forward. But I don't believe anyway that, a single sort of incident, or a rare incidence of these things. I think the purpose is to, as was stated, to really, help the board kind of identify the basic foundations of expectations of sort of board conduct, board member conduct, how the meetings will move forward, and kind of go from there. And so, could it rise to a level of censure, reprimand? Sure. But I think it would have to take a lot more than just one or a couple of instances.
Okay, I don't have any follow-up questions to that. I'd say in response that is something that we should all consider for the reasons that Ms. Schallheim stated in making her motion in the first place, as well as comments that I've made in the past about, the reason that the standards exist as they do under state law, the removal of a board member, is because it should be high, and that we could be opening ourselves up to some potential mischief if we start setting procedures in place or provisions that allow the board to undertake any kind of censure or sanction or discipline of other board members that don't meet the clearly acknowledged and well-regulated threshold for actual removal.
Thank you, Mr. Grannon. Ms. Schallheim, any final comments?
Yes. So the State Board of Education is an appointed body. They're not elected people. And so I wonder what other elected bodies have text like this: critical issues of governance, keeping discussions on board meetings focused on critical issues of governance in their code. Does the county, do other elected bodies have that? It was my understanding, based on our conversation during the last meeting, that this was text that a singular member wanted added. And then I also wanted to add that it was stated that a board can decide collectively what are the critical issues of governance, and that is the point that I'm trying to make, is that it's subjective. It's subjective based on the circumstance. It's subjective based on the where we are as a board, our outside environment, et cetera. And so to not have that defined clearly, if it is kept, could lead us down a path where a member or members are in disagreement on to what the critical issues of governance are. So I maintain that this should be struck. If it's not, I'm definitely going to move for a very specific definition of what critical issues of governance are. I think deciding collectively is not always a workable way to do things. I would also add that according to this very own policy, later on in Section 4, it says a board member who violates this policy is subject to disciplinary action by the board, up to and including a recommendation of the State Board of Education for removal. So I would argue that by keeping the language in there, and then if someone is deemed to have violated it, well then, yeah, according to how this is written currently, the board member would be subject to disciplinary action for a singular event, because it doesn't stipulate otherwise in this policy. And so I wanted to know from Ms. Ortiz or board counsel where in other elected bodies this sits, because I would argue that the rules that govern our State Board of Education are different than our county council, our delegation, etc.
So thank you for the question. So I didn't look at other elected bodies. My focus was on education-related bodies because that would be the most, or education-related requirements, since that would be the most relevant to the policy. And I know it's often stated that somehow because we're going to be an elected school board and appointed school boards, that somehow you should be treated differently. So I would disagree with that, and especially as it relates to the law. If anything, being an elected member kind of puts you to have to abide by even more laws, election law article, inclusive of the state public ethics law article. So I don't necessarily agree with the statement that somehow because the state board is appointed, which some of the members are actually elected, the teacher member is elected by their peers, student member, etc. But even if they were all appointed, I don't know that that matters. These are just standards, professional standards. So regardless of appointment, election, or
do they define
or hybrid? Excuse me.
I'm sorry. I just want to know if they define critical issues of governance in the.
They do not. So the state board in their handbook or their manual, they do not define it. And so issues of governance is, we have a whole sort of section of our policies that deals with board governance, for example. And so it's a common, I think, phrase that's used when we're talking about boards, whether it's boards of education or other boards, because there are certain things, as a board and your oversight capacity of which you have, kind of power and authority. And so that's really the point, right? That the meetings, board meetings are supposed to be business meetings, right? And so the purpose of board meetings is to conduct school board business, in a public manner. And so the business is your issues of governance as a board of education. And there are a variety of those, stipulated, whether it's in the law or your basic oversight authority and powers. And so this is what, this is referencing your issues of governance as a board of education. So I would just say that it's not, to answer your question, it's not defined in the state board. I did not look at other elected bodies. And so, as was referenced earlier, the desire was to, kind of reference this as sort of what the focus of meetings should be, and also with a goal at, identifying efficiency and other things as well.
Well, if that's how we're already conducting ourselves, if this is not new, and if we are already doing this, I still stand by the fact that this could be misinterpreted, held over another board member or member's head, and that our definition of what is critical to me might not be critical to Ms. Alvey. What's critical to Ms. Antwine might not be critical to Ms. Corkadell, and back and forth and around again. And so I feel very strongly that this text is subjective. If this is not new, if we're already sort of doing this or aiming to do this, is it necessary to then enshrine it in this way in our policy without trying to define what is a critical issue of governance? Surely, if this motion fails, that will be my next motion. Would be to come up with some sort of definition, and also to look at what our county council and what our delegation abides by with regard to these things.
President Corkadell, this is Mr. Grant, and I have a friendly amendment when you deem it appropriate.
You're muted, Michelle.
Ms. Corkadell, you're muted.
Thank you. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I was actually getting ready to make a friendly amendment, Mr. Grannon, when my turn came around after Ms. Schalheim. But I'm curious to see if yours is the same as mine. Mine was to simply strike the word critical because the broadness of the word issues, that's commonly defined and would achieve both members who are on the opposite sides of the fence, I think, well address the intent as well as removing the issue, the point of contention in it. Was that where you were going? Or?
That's exactly where I was going, President Corkadell.
Okay.
Yeah, I accept that.
You beat me to the punch.
Yeah,
Okay.
I accept that. I accept that. That because then it erases the subjectivity, which I was so very much concerned with. So yes, I accept that friendly amendment. Thank you.
Okay, so let me just restate then. Ms. Alvey, did you have additional? I know you were on the teed up to have additional comments. Based on that, did you have any further comments?
I did have a few. I think that the amendment makes sense if that helps ease the concerns about what the wording of the clause is. I think just to clarify again, the intent of this wording in this policy is, first off, this policy was designed to combine all of the standards that we already adhere to into one place. So although it may seem unnecessary to some people because it's reiterating something that we already adhere to, I think that it's a good place to put it in because the purpose of the policy itself is to draw all those things together. There was some questions I heard about the other elected bodies that function in a similar manner. So in my experience, as serving as a page for the state house, I got to see on the House floor that they abide by parliamentary procedure just like we do. And there was actually an appeal for a president's motion when something came up about a member of the delegation disagreeing with a decision made by the Speaker of the House. And they were functioning in a very similar manner to what we would do, as Ms. Ortiz explained. To me, critical issues of governance are defined by our agenda, and any member of our board can make changes to that agenda or take things off, add things. So we, as a collective body, I believe, define those critical issues of governance when we establish agenda order. And then again, just to conclude on the idea that the purpose of this is not to say that we're going to hold this kind of clause against another board member. It's to set the standard so it doesn't have to be used in a way where we're using these things to say, oh, this board member disagreed with me, so I'm now going to pull this random clause out. It's really to, again, set that standard so we don't even have to be in that kind of situation. So I just wanted to reiterate the intent of why I chose to advocate for this here in previous board meetings and in policy committee before the vote is made. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alvey. So let me just restate the modified amendment. Ms. Schalheim, correct me if I'm wrong. Otherwise, we'll keep moving. The amendment is to change the language to state the subsection 8 to state the following. Keep the discussions in board meetings focused on the issues of governance in order to have public sessions conducted in an efficient, professional, business-like manner. With that stated, are there any remaining questions or comments before we take the vote?
I have a comment.
Yes, ma'am.
I do as well.
Okay, so then with that in mind, we have multiples. I apologize because Ms. Alvey had done that, had just made that note prior. With that in mind, let's go round robin again. Ms. Antoine, on the amendment at hand is what we're discussing in particular.
Understood. I do want to emphasize as we go through this, it's extremely disappointing that we are undermining the democratic process of elections. We do have governance and laws that govern us differently from appointed members. So I would ask that not come out, especially for the public like that. We also have obligations based on those elections that we have to adhere to. This is not a comparison or a competition or otherwise. We are trying to introduce a matter of standards based on us taking an oath and a seat on the Board of Education. In addition to that, when we do this research, it is expected that we do acknowledge all of the circumstances that this could cover. After Ms. Schalheim brought up the fact that there could have been some subjectivity to that was reasonable. It is just as reasonable for Ms. Alvey, who has advocated since she joined the board that we be more efficient as a board, that this be addressed in this section. My bigger concern is we are all equal members on the board, so it does, a board member includes the president, vice president, chairs or otherwise, because we all have the same responsibility. And maybe I perhaps misunderstood, but if, and it hasn't occurred yet, so Michelle, don't take it like this, but if a president decides to take things out of context or go on to tangents, there has to be from the board a similar means of correction, I would say.
Parliamentary procedure already has something in place for that, and that's those points of order. So you could, as a board member, say, point of order, I challenge President Corkadell's decision to spend 10 minutes doing the following, or interrupt it when it starts to deviate, or the decision that was made. If it's
yes,
not
exactly my point. But what was publicly shared earlier insinuated that board members that may not be in the seat of president or vice president would be reprimanded and brought up on citations or otherwise. And this should not lead to any of that. It should simply set a standard of how to introduce efficiencies.
Mm-hmm. Correct. It was one example. It was just one example. It was just an example to satisfy Ms. Ellis's question, not all inclusive. So I apologize for not expanding.
No apologies necessary. There was a lot of discussion that I was taking note of, but I do want us to stay focused on the fact that the people have made choices and they have expectations, and we have an obligation to our school system and those who elected us. And we do not want this particular policy to become a source of simply, I don't like you, so I'm going to look for a way to remove you. We must abide by the best interest of our students, our school system, and otherwise. So thank you.
Absolutely. And as stated, any one member, even if the order and our current parliamentary that we follow, and it's right in Robert's rules, if you're ever absent of sleep and need something to fall asleep to, if you pull up your Robert's Rules book, there is actually a section that talks about that that has provisions like some of the examples. I just listed a couple of many ways of which the board can ensure that any one of its members are not being targeted and be able to address that appropriately. Should we ever have a rogue president or vice president or even a member who through, bullying tactics or otherwise tries to impose themselves on another member and use any of these, there are provisions that go beyond this policy that exist in other places that prohibit that. So, for example, the criteria that the state uses for removal, although is inclusive as stated, as Ms. Schalheim had said, for example, the state's criteria is not changed by virtue of this policy. Therefore, that rule would still apply just as it does today with that high standard. One does not diminish the other. but it does allow us to operate more transparent among our members should grievances come up. Did that answer your question?
I had no question. It was more of a comment. I do thank you.
Oh, my apologies.
No, ma'am. I do thank you for publicly acknowledging those entities, as well as reminding the board that of our obligations to one another, as well as the decisions that we make. So I do support and have always supported Ms. Alvey in introducing efficiencies and proper facilitation of our meetings. I also am very concerned as we move through this that there will be other areas of subjectivity that we should address and correct at this point.
Thank you very much, Ms. Antwine. Mr. Gilliland, any further comments to the?
No comments. Thank you.
Mr. Lod?
No comment.
Ms. Hummer?
No comment.
Ms. Alvey? Any furthers?
I'm good, thank you.
Ms. Ellis? I believe you had something.
Yes, just I had to react to a couple of things that were said before I vote. It's important to me that it's out there. Ms. Schallheim brought up a question about whether elected bodies were, the policies of elected bodies were researched for this versus an appointed board. And I have to say that I think it's important. I did not like the question being diminished. I think that is a very relevant and important question to have been asked. And the other part is that it is not more, Ms. Ortiz indicated that she specifically looked at policies that were relevant to education, but I don't think this particular paragraph is specific to a body that governs education. It's basically, it should apply to any public body. So I don't see this particular paragraph as being particularly relevant in education. Ms. Alvey made the comment about the intent and of this policy, and I just want to be clear that I'm not sure anyone's questioning the intent of this paragraph or why it was placed in here, but the fact that it is now here and there have been some very relevant concerns brought up that should be considered. I am inclined to support the amendment with the friendly amendment added, but I would like to ask if we can get a quick opinion from Mr. Burns about, can this lead to any sort of disciplinary action up to the level of removal? I know, Ms. Corcadell, you weighed in on this, Ms. Ortiz, you did, but since it's been a discussion and there still seems to be questions, I would just like to hear Mr. Burns' quick opinion on that before I vote.
Sure, Mr. Burns.
All right.
And then please reminder everybody else, please keep your stuff muted because I'm hearing some secondary background noise intermittently. Just try to be mindful of that because even the slightest stuff does pick in to the feed of our TV live streaming that we are doing right now. Mr. Burns.
All right. Real quickly, I actually think this has been a very good conversation, and if this is possible, especially for a lawyer, I actually have agreed with pretty much everything every member has said, both legally and sort of as a matter of policy review. I think you raised good questions. I think the resolution of the word critical, if in fact that carries when this policy is all said and done, is a good resolution. I prefer as board counsel that when a word that either cannot be or is not defined is not necessary and therefore doesn't have to be in the policy, that just avoids one more source of challenge. And so I'm glad the discussion went in that direction. Real quick reminder before I answer Ms. L's question, remember you as a school board, your policies tend to be based on one of or all of three things: They're either going to be intended to execute a mandate or a legal requirement that the board has. They're intended to be self-governance beyond perhaps the legal minimum at what you as a board want to accomplish or have your staff accomplish. And then finally, it is aspirational. And sometimes, like a Venn diagram, these overlap. I look at the subsection 8 as an aspirational piece of this policy. And what I mean by that is it sets a goal for what you as a board want yourselves and any future board to try to do, right? And because it's aspirational, I don't think any individual board member should worry that this by itself is somehow going to result in a request for removal under Section 3-2A-08 of the Education Article. And for those who are listening or watching, so you know, because it's been referenced by the board members, the removal statute has been around for a while, and it allows the State Board of Education, either on its own or theoretically on a request by a board member or someone else, to act on the possible removal of a board member, and it sets up a whole process. The grounds in the statute are, and I'm reading from 3-2A-08, immorality, misconduct in office, incompetency, willful neglect of duty, or failure to attend without good cause a certain percentage of meetings. And it's important to hear those causes, because once you hear them or read them, you realize it would be very difficult, as someone said earlier, for a single, I'll call it violation, or a single failure to adhere to subsection 8 to lead to a removal charge. I think it would be difficult for more than one in and of itself, or in and of themselves, to lead to a removal charge. I think this is, as aspirational provisions go, simply a benchmark you're setting for yourselves. And as many of you noted, the remedy, if you think any one of you is running afoul of this, is internal. It's internal. It's in your public discussions. It's in your parliamentary process. And so, Ms. Ellis, I guess in some hypothetical I can't think of, perhaps in a bundling of multiple alleged offenses, perhaps this appears in a charge for removal. But I don't think in and of itself it's the kind of thing you would see in a request for removal under that statute. And as I think we've talked about before, it's a rarely used statute anyway. And the few opinions that the state boards published in this regard make it pretty clear that a isolated thing like this isn't going to be the basis for removal. So I hope that answers the questions and covers some of the territory.
Very much. I found that very helpful, and it certainly has helped me be comfortable with my decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. I'm going to go ahead and just, I'm going to take a pass on any further comments. Is there anybody else that has comments to make that has not already been stated by themselves?
Yes, I have a question.
Yes, Ms. Schallheim.
So we still have Section 4 to contend with in this policy, and it does state at the moment. Sorry, I'm parenting first, and so I'm making lunch for my daughter. So I hope people can appreciate the reason why my video is moving around a lot. But going back to Section 4. As it states currently, if a member in violation of this policy, and I would expect that would include any part of this policy, would, at least as it's stated at the moment, says that they are subject to disciplinary action. So I want people to ponder that as well. And so while of course, I agree with Mr. Burns in that violating this particular thing probably wouldn't rise to the level of removal. As it's written currently, a board member can still move to have another board member disciplined for violating any, at least as it is written now, any portion of the policy as it stands. And so I just want people to understand that. And I know we're trying to set a standard, and I'm glad that he used the word aspirational. So, therefore, above what the state does, and outside of all of those lines. And so I just wanted to touch on that. So otherwise I'm good, but be mindful there's more amendments after this one.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Schalheim. Seeing no other movement from the board, Ms. If you are able to, Ms. Howell, please call roll on the amendment, and I will reread it. Subsection 8, keep the discussions in board meetings focused on the issues of governance in order to have public sessions conducted in an efficient, professional, and business-like manner, with the annotation that we are removing the word critical from the current draft language. Please call roll, Ms. Howell.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Alvey?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Okay. Ms. Schalheim, you may proceed with your proposed amendments.
Okay, same page, page 3, excuse me, of 5, item X. I also am well aware that this didn't come out of state law, and so I have the same concerns as I did with the other one before it was amended, and thank you for that. So devoting sufficient time. So how are we defining that? Is an hour sufficient? Is 30 minutes sufficient? So what is sufficient? And if you're a quick study, is less than that sufficient? So I want to know how we're defining that. To me, it seems, again, purely subjective. And also, how are we defining unprofessional partisan bias? I don't know what that is, so maybe someone can help me out with that. But I move to strike this entire section. I believe it's extra and again subjective, and again can be used, can be held over another member or member's head if they don't agree with what their own personal definition of sufficient time, or if they feel like somehow there's been unprofessional partisan bias, although I'm still unclear as to what that is. So I move to strike that entire section.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to strike subsection 10. And let's start with commentary and or questions as appropriate. Ms. Antwine.
Based on what Ms. Schalheim just shared, I understand her concerns. I am definitely in strong support of us preparing before these meetings. It was my understanding in the policy committee that this was directly from state law as written. I do think that we should sometimes define, especially when some things can be misconstrued as unprofessional partisan bias or whatever, or even unethical, that we at least define that. But I am in support of not striking it, but definitely amending it to make it clearer.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Mr. Gilliland.
No comment. Thank you.
Mr. Leib.
No comment.
Ms. Hummer.
No comment.
Ms. Alvey.
I did have one quickly. So I know that the board handbook states under board norms that the board members must be prepared to take action on items on the closed and open session agendas by reading the materials, including those sent or posted electronically in advance. So if the issue again is with the vagueness of the terms used, would it be a bad idea to just include that exact language instead? Because I feel like it would meet the same intent. So just a thought.
Is that a friendly amendment?
that can be a friendly amendment.
Can you reread what you just read so I make sure I understand it?
I'm sending it to Ms. Howell so she can post it to everybody right now, if that's cool.
Is she sharing that via email, or how did you envision that share? Because well, the screen is a little more challenging for everyone because of how we're live streaming and what we have up for the members. So if everybody has access to their email, and then we can read it back in again, of course, and as well. There'll be more than one chance to do so. But yes, she can share it via email, and then we can reread it slower and give everybody a minute. I don't mind. Why don't we stand at ease for a second for the intake, since Ms. Schalheim has accepted a review of that for a consideration of a friendly of an amendment to her motion, because it's a little more substantive. It's more substantive than a friendly amendment, so it would be an amendment to the motion. Amendment to the amendment.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
While we're waiting for the technical aspects of this and everyone receiving it, Ms. Alvey, if you have it in front of you, could you just read it again so we can ponder it while we're on this pause?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one second. Sorry. That board members are expected to be prepared to take action on items on the closed and open session agendas by reading the materials, including those sent or posted electronically in advance.
Okay, so with that, I'm going to withdraw my amendment and replace it with that. All right, so I think here, let me put on my camera, sorry. All right, so I want to strike item X and replace it with that text that was just read straight out of our handbook, which for the general public doesn't know, although I'm sure they know by now. We get a handbook when we got seated, and it basically outlines our duties, our roles, kind of like any other employee manual one might receive when starting a job. And that text was developed, I think, by please correct me if I'm wrong, previous iterations of the board and vetted with the entire board as it stood when those amendments were made. I'm comfortable with the language read in lieu of item X as currently stated in our draft.
I second Ms. Schalheim.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say, if you guys are comfortable, I'm going to have the original motion of a simple strike withdrawn, and then accept Ms. Schalheim on officially's motion and Mr. Live's second. That's just a matter for the record, guys. I need to make sure that's clear. So we now have a motion and a second to replace language. And so if has everybody had a chance to, we're seeing it up on our screen now.
So President Corkadell, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
So a couple things. So that language is actually the language that's in 9, right above 10. So just for clarification,
right.
Someone referenced that they thought this came from state law. It did not. I had originally included paragraph 9, because exactly it came from the board handbook. And the language in 10 came from Ms. Oakes. This was her recommended language to kind of supplement 9. And so then after review and discussion, the policy committee decided to add it. So, if folks like what's already in 9, I think then the motion would be to strike what's in 10 if you feel what's in 9 covers what you would like it to cover.
So, Ms. Ortiz, you're proposing to revert back to the original motion that Ms. Schalheim had made of a strike of 10, and not accept the friendly amendment. Ms. Schalheim, I'm going to defer this over to you. I don't want to get us too messy into parliamentary, so why don't you give me a decision, and then based on that, we'll clean up the parliament side.
Right. So I think 9 personally covers it. So if we have, are people nodding? I don't see any nods on my screen. Hopefully people feel that 9 covered what was just read. And if so, let's just simply strike 10 and stay with 9 because I think 9 covers it.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay.
I see a thumbs up. So that works for me too.
Okay, so we have withdrawn the previous recommended motion, friendly amendment, turn to a motion, and we are now to a new motion to strike section 10. Do I have a second for that?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We have been in discussion on this particular item for a couple rounds, so are there any other comments? Please.
I was added Ms. Alvey. Sorry.
Oh, got you. Absolutely, Miss Ellis. I forgot where we left off now.
No problem. I am in support of the amendment to strike this this paragraph. It sounds to me like 9 covers the concern, and frankly, I was very troubled by the language of and not be swayed by unethical or unprofessional partisan bias of any kind. It seems so random that these two things are tied together, meeting preparation and political bias. I did not follow that at all. So I am not in favor of paragraph 10 as it stands. So I support striking it.
Okay, thank you, Miss Ellis. Mr. Grannon.
No comments. I'm ready to vote.
Mr. Live, call the question.
Okay, we have a call of the question. Ms. Welch, okay, and a second. Do we have consensus on the call of the question? Or
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
and we don't need to follow a roll call on that. Ms. Howell, please call the vote.
This is a vote on the strike of section 10. Ms. Antwine.
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland.
Aye.
Mr. Leib.
Aye.
Ms. Hummer.
Aye.
Ms. Alvey.
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Mr. Grannon.
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim.
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell.
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Ms. Schalheim.
Okay, moving on. Page 4. And I think these are 2 that were initially Mr. Grannon's amendments, and so Mr. Grannon, please correct me if I'm wrong. But I had a particular interest in these next 2 amendments myself. So page 4, item B, straight at the top of the page, adding in after all of that text, or a vote of the majority of the board. So then the whole thing would read, in accordance with state law and the superintendent's contract, board members shall refrain from contacting school system staff directly without coordination with the superintendent in advance unless agreed to or authorized by, oh, okay. I wonder if there's a way to consolidate that text. So without coordination with the superintendent in advance unless agreed to or authorized by the superintendent or by a vote of the majority of the board.
Do we have a second?
I will second that for discussion purposes.
Thank you, sir. I would like to get before we proceed with debate, I'm going to exercise a request for a clarification as it relates to, I'm a little concerned of how we proceed with debate, so please bear with me for a minute. I'm not stymieing it or the amendment at all. It's definitely on the table, but I'd like Mr. Burns to weigh in because some of this is overlapping it is, I believe, at least of origin and tethered to the contract of Dr. Arlotto, which we do not discuss out in public. So I want to first state that, and then secondly, Mr. Burns, if you could speak on the legal ramifications of amendments to this as they may relate to the contract of its authority without us aggrieving, or do we need to, and if you're recommending we go into closed session for additional guidance, to please do so at that time. Mr. Burns.
All right, hold on a second. Waiting. I think you put that in two parts, so I think I'll address it in two parts in that order. First of all, keep in mind that the superintendent's contract is a public document, and so I'm not sure in and of itself discussion of terms in the superintendent's contract in any way runs afoul of any rules with respect to what can be discussed publicly versus in closed session. But if what you're getting into is the interpretation of the contract, that may raise a legal issue. If what you're getting into is addressing a potential personnel action involving the superintendent, that again is likely not to be an open session item. So just pointing all those things out, it really is, I think, up to the board where the board believes it is going into areas in which it would wish to adjourn to discuss something with council. Otherwise, I think you are simply going through your amendments and proposed amendments, keeping in mind that you do have a contract with your superintendent.
Okay. No, thank you. I just wanted to make sure we're not going into uncharted territory. And then, okay. And so the second part is there was language that in the amendment being proposed that is not in the scope, to my understanding, of the existing contract. My question is, would the proposed amendment end up modifying, and which would reign supreme? Because the section of the amendment being proposed is different than my understanding of the contract, which does already grant certain permissions of the members to interface with staff. And so I don't know if that is that something that we need to be looking at, or should we just be proceeding as a regular debate with this? I just want to make sure that we're not violating anything.
Can you or Michelle, whoever, point me to something more specific?
So what I'm referring to is that the staff, let me just do on the technical side where I was coming from, and then Ms. Schallheim, please, I will definitely yield here, is that because we already have a mechanism in place as it relates to access to senior staff, and the contract, it stipulates that under other circumstances that defers to the superintendent. And so I was just wondering if we're going to be adopting a policy that is not in congruence with the contract, are we then by de facto changing that, or are we still able to conduct within that guideline? And I want to make sure that the whole board has an opportunity to hear that up front, because I suspect some questions may be relevant to that, because this is a contracted language issue. Unique to the other things we're discussing.
I would just say generally that whether you're speaking of the contract with your superintendent or one of your other contracts, and this isn't new advice to you, I don't believe that it behooves a board to adopt a policy, or that it behooves a superintendent to adopt a regulation that stands in direct conflict with an existing contract. So the best answer to your question is, if there's contract language in existence, and you're considering a policy that would contradict or conflict with that contract, then you probably should look at a different way of phrasing your policy.
Thank you, sir. I think that addresses what I wanted to make sure was in that. I'm not going to get into my merit or questions as it relates to me. I think we have sufficient counsel at this time to proceed normally with our debate and / question portion. And so, Ms. Antwine, I believe we start with you in that.
Thank you, President Corkadell. If I could go back to Ms. Schauheim, because we've had a lot of discussion since she stated her point,
Sure.
so that I don't misinterpret what her intention was for this one.
I'm happy to acknowledge Ms. Schauheim. I do agree that there was some, and I do apologize. I just, on certain legal things, that's kind of what I'm supposed to be doing, is making sure.
No, it's a good call. I just want to understand
absolutely
her case.
Happy
Thank
to.
you.
Ms. Schauheim, if we could start, not start from scratch, but go back and reframe for the benefit of Ms. Antwine, and I'm sure some of our people who are listening in.
Sure. Sorry, my page just dropped to the ground. Well, I believe this amendment was initially Mr. Grannon's, and before the time of COVID. But, for example, I could see situations where we, as a board, as a body, and it could be a supermajority. I'm open to word choices on this. Wanting to interact with staff or plural members of staff, or whatever the case might be. And if there is, and I'm not talking about the superintendent specifically at all, but this or future superintendents, and we disagree on that, or the board at that time disagrees on that there's a mechanism to still seek interaction with that staff. And this is outside of, obviously, page 3 of the contract, which lists the specifics on which staff we're currently allowed to interface with without superintendent's prior authorization. So I just wanted to give the board a way to seek that if a situation should arise. And so I'm also open to reframing my amendment to say, or a supermajority of the board, or unanimous vote of the board. I mean, I just want to give us another mechanism to interface with staff under specific situations where the board as a body might deem appropriate. Does that make sense?
Thank you, Ms. Schauheim, for the clarification for Ms. Antwine. Ms. Antwine.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. In my experience, it has been the better option, of course, to go to he who manages for us to better. Maybe he can direct us to someone outside of whom we, as maybe the individual member, thought was the right place. It is also a simple professional courtesy. The only thing I would be concerned with, now that this is being brought back up, is if the law references it, and if it's in accordance to law, I don't see the need to have the terms and the superintendent's contract, especially since contracts change. And so I would recommend amending it to take that out, but I certainly support working collaboratively with the superintendent and in order to reach out to his staff, because he would know best how to address whatever that concern is.
Are you suggesting a friendly amendment of any type to that piece?
What I have a concern with what I believe is being stated is it may cause us to utilize that other route as a means to circumvent something that the superintendent may have recommended. And his purpose of being there is to advise and recommend to us the best approach as we make decisions as a board.
Thank you, Ms. Ms. Antwine, for your comments. Any further comments to the amendment that Ms. Schalheim is proposing? Okay, hearing none. Mr. Gilliland.
No comment. Thank you.
Mr. Lyde.
No comment.
Ms. Hummer.
Yes, I weigh heavily what I've taken great account what Mr. Burns said, that we should not be enacting policy that would be in violation of contracts or other things. If a future board has an issue with things in a contract when a new superintendent or an existing superintendent is reinstated, they can always move to change the contract. But I would not be in favor of putting something in that circumvents a legally binding contract at this time.
Ms. Hummer, Ms. Alvey.
No comment.
Ms. Ellis.
So I agree. Obviously, we don't want to violate state law or the superintendent's contract. I guess my concern is with those things being in existence, do we need this in our policy? Because if the superintendent's contract does change, are we going to revisit this policy each time that happens? I'm not quite sure on that one. I'm rather on the fence. Like I said, I support following the law and not violating the contract, but we can't do that anyway. I'm not quite sure why this needs to be in our policy.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Mr. Grannon.
I guess I have a question about, as originally stated, what is the precise motion that we're considering now? Is it supermajority? Is it unanimous? What's the language change that we're considering?
So no amendment was made. There were comments made about where people might want to see it, but the amendment stands as Ms. Schalheim has stated. That was seconded to include her addended language at the end of that, which is
Can I ask that one more time?
Ms. Schalheim, please, if you may.
Well, as it stands at the moment, though, I'm pondering what Ms. Ellis just said. It says currently, this is page 4, item B, in accordance with state law and the superintendent's contract, board members shall refrain from contacting school system staff directly without coordination with the superintendent in advance unless agreed to or authorized by the superintendent. And my original motion was, or a vote of the majority of the board, but I'm flexible on that language. But now I'm pondering what Ms. Ellis said, and if this language is needed at all in this particular policy, because it's already stated in the contract anyway that we can't contact staff without his authorization. So
Ms. Schalheim, the originator of the motion, being that it has not been amended yet, would be beholden to you it's now a member, it's technically part of the board, but if you would like to request a withdrawal of your original motion, you may, or we will continue to proceed using a roll call in debate and then vote on it. If some of them
Can I ask for a clarification? So I had concurred with Ms. Schalheim's potential concern with this paragraph and had said my issue is whether it should just even be here at all. So is it possible to offer that as a friendly amendment?
No, that would be, that's a completely different type of motion. So Ms. Schalheim could withdraw, if she were to withdraw her original amendment, then she has the floor still, so she could, or someone else could, when their turn comes back up around again, when we do our second round, to propose a different amendment, whether it's a removal or a different type of change in the language. But we now have a motion that was seconded and therefore now needs disposed of, which was her original one.
Okay, President Corco, we got that information in response to my question. I'll just finish up my turn by saying that, Ms. Schalheim, I would be supportive if you would, withdraw your motion and convert it to one to strike this entirely as unnecessary and duplicative of the same restriction, residing elsewhere.
Okay, yeah, I will withdraw my previous motion and replace it with striking this text as it is wholly duplicative, and it wouldn't be allowed anyway under the terms of the superintendent's contract. So I therefore move to strike item B at the top of page 4. Do I have a second?
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second on a complete removal of this language from this policy. Ms. Antwine. Any comments or questions?
Well, I do, and I'm sorry that I'm thinking and forgetting that we're not in physical public. So I have a problem with striking it simply because it should be re-emphasized that we must work with the superintendent to get to work in the best interest of the system. And as I pointed out earlier, there are some times that we may inadvertently even circumvent him, or I won't say him, but the superintendent, whomever that may be, because of this. I believe it should be, I think it should be there for emphasis. I don't believe that we should ever reference the superintendent's contract in any of our policies. And that would be the amendment that I would recommend, is that be struck. We can definitely reference the law, but the contract, I don't think should be referenced in our policies.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Mr. Gilliland?
No comments. Thank you.
Mr. Lyde?
No comments. Thank you.
Ms. Hummer?
No comments.
Ms. Alvey?
No comments.
Ms. Ellis?
No comments.
Mr. Grannon?
No further comment.
Okay, and I'm going to take my turn since Ms. Schalheim is offering it. I'm going to advance on the roll call for comment so that she will land naturally the last person speaking as the originator. I'm going to be a no for this amendment because I do foresee and have actually witnessed, not here at the school system, but at the county, instances where council members have gotten pretty aggressive with staff with best intents of what they thought, and wreaking havoc and creating a hostile and intimidating environment, which naturally places the staffer at a naturally occurring conflict, because their employment contract says they've got to listen to the superintendent. And when a board member intervenes without these processes that are stipulated in the contract, as well as and being reiterated here, I just personally think that that exposes a staff member to conflict, and also undermines the professionalism, as Ms. Antwine had said. I'm not going to reiterate what she said. I think she said it very well spoken. And so I will definitely be a no on this. The superintendent's contract piece, I think I could go either way on that part, but striking it all together is, I don't feel that I could conscientiously vote for that and have the best interest of our employees at heart. So I will be a no on that. Ms. Schalheim, you have last comment?
Yeah, I think it's a very extreme example you gave. I still know that we are bound by superintendent's contract. We would be in violation anyway, regardless of whether or not it's written in red or eventually maybe in black on this policy. So I don't see how putting it in here makes it more of an issue than it already was, it being in the superintendent's contract. I mean, I agree with a few of my other members in that, and also I want to refer back that that there are parts of this policy that were mentioned by council that were, aspirational. I'm not sure if he would agree that this particular one would be or not, but I just think that it's duplicative and if we're trying to be efficient, and now it's almost it's in the afternoon now, so yeah, I stand by everything I said before, and I think that we should trim the fat on this document as much as possible. So we're already bound by the contract.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Schallheim. Did we have any further comments from other board members? Further questions, I should say. I think everybody has their chance.
Question.
I'm trying not to. I'm not hearing any further comments, so I think we can go and proceed with roll call. Ms. Howell, please call roll on the vote.
Ms. Antwine?
And this, to be clear, is a vote on the striking entirely of subsection B.
Nay.
Mr. Gilliland?
No.
Mr. Leib?
No.
Ms. Hummer?
Nay.
Ms. Alvey?
Nay.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
No.
Motion fails 6-3.
Ms. Schallheim, next.
All right, a few more. Same page, item D, and Mr. Grannon, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this was originally yours as well. I agreed with it then, so I still do now. I would like to add some text to the end of this item, so then it would then read, individual board members may not give direction to the superintendent or any staff member regarding the management of the school system or the solution of specific issues, unless by a vote of the majority of the board. So that's my
I will
motion.
second for discussion purposes.
We have a motion and a second. We're going to start, Ms. Antwine. Any comments to the suggestion to add the language? Ms. Schallheim, can you read that one more time?
Yeah, I can. So individual board members may not give direction to the superintendent or any staff member regarding the management of the school system or the solution of specific issues unless by vote of a majority of the board.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. So, Ms. Antwine.
Can we give the maker a moment to explain the reason for the amendment?
Oh, if she wanted to, I thought she had already spoken to it, and I'm happy to extend her time. Yes, Mr. Grannon, if she chooses. I thought she had already explained before the thing. So
Or I could just speak for myself. Again, if just like the other one, if circumstances or a situation were to arise where we wanted to involve ourselves further than we usually do, this gives us an opportunity to do so. Otherwise, it's written in red now, it'll be in black later, and we have no other mechanism to address this. My specific issue is not with management. Management's under superintendent's purview, but the solution, the phrasing or the solution of specific issues is what I had the greatest issue with.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Antwine, comments or questions?
I have no comments.
Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President. I just think for transparency, I'm going to vote no on this. I believe if direction needs to be given to someone, it can be given by the board through the superintendent. So in essence, 5 members of the board can direct the superintendent to do X, Y, or Z, certainly as applicable with state law. So I feel like it's not necessary. So I intend to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilliland. Mr. Lai.
No comment.
Ms. Hummer?
Yes, I have a question for Ms. Ortiz. It seems to me that this one perhaps could be clarified if it includes, as we did in section B above, in accordance with state law, individual board members may not give direction. It's already understood that we could vote by law, we could vote as a board as a whole to give direction, but this one is clarifying that individual board members may not, and that is in accordance with state law. Would that be a correct interpretation, Ms. Ortiz?
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, that would be a correct interpretation. And there was discussion. I can't remember if it was in policy committee or I believe it was in policy committee on the first time we brought it to policy committee, where we specified individual board members because of that very reason, that the board as a whole may give direction to the superintendent on these matters. So yes, in accordance with state law, individual board members may not, etc.
Is that a friendly amendment, Julie?
It could be. I think it could actually even just be a technical amendment because we have that other places as well. It's just including that language as it is in other places, but that would be up to you.
Okay, so I think that clarifies something for me that wasn't there before. I mean, I still have kind of issue with, or the solution of a specific problem. I think, or the solution of specific issues, I still take issue with that text, but for the moment, I'll withdraw my previous motion and replace it with in accordance with state law, individual board members, yada, yada, yada.
We don't need to perform with that as a motion because that is a annotation of law, does not germane change the essence or intent of this. It's a technical clarification. So Ms. Ortiz, we can move forward with that if we have consensus. Anybody opposing the technical edit, please speak now. Hearing none. Did you get that?
Sorry, just to be clear, so we no longer have an amendment on the table. We're just changing this to a technical.
Correct. Ms. Schalheim withdrew her amendment to remove Section D, or to amend Section D to add that language and we would technical edit the phrase in accordance with state law. So that was what I was saying. If anyone was opposed to please speak now. Okay. Hearing none. Ms. Schalheim.
Okay, I do still have issue with that text at the end there, or the solution of a specific issues. Can someone speak to the genesis of the inclusion of that specific phrasing?
I can speak to that. So that language goes to a couple of things. So the board is a body, and so the decisions of the board are supposed to be that of the majority of the board collectively. And so I think that language is seeking to ensure that you don't have one individual or a couple of board members trying to move forward with decisions or asking the superintendent to make decisions or actions or provide, solutions or resolutions to things without there actually being the consensus of the board or a support of at least the majority of the board. And this language is also in the superintendent's contract.
That exact phrasing or the solution of specific issues is in the contract as written now?
I don't know if it's exact, but it's pretty similar. And yes, definitely the solution of specific issues. And I think it goes to, that's why the in accordance with state law really covers it, because the board acts as a body and not as individuals. So any decisions and sort of.
I understand. I just wonder, like, within the sharing of ideas be considered an overreach if, you know, I can't think of a situation where at least our current body or an individual of our current body has directed the solution of a specific issue. I just don't want it to be confused with brainstorming and idea sharing.
So if you have concern with, because it says may not give direction, a potential clarifying language can say may not give I think the may not give direction also goes to the solution of specific issues as opposed to just suggesting, because I think maybe if I'm understanding you correctly, you don't want there to be like, oh, you can't make a suggestion. So that's not what the language is trying to prevent. I think the language is preventing an individual or individual board members giving direction to a specific solution. So I could reiterate that in front of solution of specific issues, just to be abundantly clear.
Yeah.
Even though it's written, that's the intent.
Yeah, that would be helpful, because I'm afraid of misinterpretation.
Understood.
And you know, me or someone else or a future board member or members, you know, if there's already I don't know, disagreement or personality conflicts or whatever it is involved, you know, now in the future, whatever, I don't want suggestion or brainstorming to be misconstrued as direction. So if that's considered a technical edit, that would be great.
Yeah, I think it's a technical, because that's what we're attempting to say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I just need to ask, just for formality, if any board member has any concern about accepting that as a technical edit for the clarification that it is relevant to the giving direction, not to brainstorming, like she had said. Okay, seeing none. Ms. Schallheim, next.
All right, I think this is well, there might be one after this, but page 5, number 4, violation number A. I had problems with this to begin with, and again, I feel like it puts, it could put a board member or members or small group of members at risk if another board member wishes to hold it over a colleague's head that, you know, that they're not following, I don't know, any other term of this, and that they could be, you know, subject to disciplinary action. I just think that the state, I know we've had previous conversation about this particular item, and I know that the state has rules regarding this already, and so I move to, well, actually, before I move, I want to ask Darren a question about what procedures boards follow when approaching the state with board members in violation of things. Like how would that be triggered, and would this sort of text further provide further ammo for those things?
Yes,
that was
as president, I'm willing to accept Mr. Burns coming in. Mr. Burns.
All right. Very quickly, I referenced the statute earlier, which of course is also included in your policy, or at least part of it is. The state board's procedures, compared to some of its hearing procedures, are actually fairly, I guess, limited and prescribed. And there are some hearing procedures in COMAR, which I don't have right in front of me, which I can certainly get you the site to. But I would say this. your policy refers to disciplinary action up to including the recommendation for removal. So keep in mind that there's the statute regarding removal. That's just a subset of what you have in this proposed policy. And then you have your whatever else might constitute disciplinary action. I'll simply share with you that I am aware of boards over the years who have done, I'm just giving you a range, things like a reprimand or a censure resolution. I'm trying to think if there have been any others, really. Not many more than those two types of actions. And those get carried out in public. In other words, someone would make a motion, and that's just a motion, just like any other motion, and action would have to be voted on by a majority of the board to undertake whatever that proposed action is. So as I have always read this violation section of your proposed policy, it simply means that this policy says that if a board member violates the policy, the board, through normal, proper procedure, could take action against one of its members, and one of the results could be a removal action. But that's just one of the results. And like anything, it's going to require, at the local level, a majority board action.
So,
After that, it gets into, just so you know, after that, you get into what the state board would do with it. And again, keep in mind, the state board doesn't just act on local board requests for removal. The state board's able to act on its own, some other source, let's say it's aware of some issue. I can't think of it off the top of my head. It could also be, as has occurred in the past, a complaint from a citizen. So I just want to make sure you know that the removal piece in B is in a context that's different than your policy, or broader than, and your policy covers territory that's not in the removal law. Thanks.
right. Okay, so that makes sense. So we're already able to do these things without it being specifically written like this in Section A, where a violation of any policy, really. So to specifically put that a board member who violates this particular policy is up to disciplinary action is I don't know. I'm losing my words. I don't know, duplicative or unnecessary, since we can already do this anyway. Like, we don't put this text in every single other one of our other policies, so sort of why should it be here, knowing that we can still take these actions if we choose to anyway?
I think, again, from a policy standpoint, that's a discussion for you and your fellow board members. I would say a reason why you would include it here is that it would be a standalone reminder that this particular proposed policy is one of whatever policies you may have, one of whatever grounds you may have. But this is one of the ones that could result in a board action against one of its members. I think it's discretionary amongst you all whether you choose to include that in here to sort of breathe, additional strength into the policy. Again, I think that's a policy decision, not a legal one.
Okay, so it sounds like purely optional then. And so,
Ms. Schulheim and President Corkadell, I've got a follow-up that's very related to that point for Mr. Burns.
That would be up to, so that would be up to Ms. Schulheim to concede portion of her time, not that we time anything, but to allow you to redress with Mr. Burns. It's up to Ms. Schulheim.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Gannon.
Yeah, Mr. Burns, in your experience, both directly and just hearing through your work about the operations of the other boards throughout the state, how would you characterize the efficacy, if you will, or how distracting it is, or how problematic it is when the local boards get involved in attempts to sanction or discipline a member short of pursuing the state removal procedures that are set out in state law?
That's a good question. You know what? I analogize it maybe a little bit to Mr. Grant and what you have seen over the years in Congress or, or representative bodies. I think we've had a couple examples in the state legislature the last couple of years. I think such measures are always a little bit messy. I think such measures are highly public. I mean, by their nature, because not just because they occur in public, because they attract public attention. So in sense of the efficacy, I would say that if I could speak as a board, even though it's really individuals, a board should tread lightly when it goes in that direction. A legislative body should go lightly when it goes in that direction. The judiciary, and you probably followed one of the cases last year, the judiciary should tread lightly when it decides to look at discipline of one of its members. I think the efficacy is it is a difficult process, should be used rarely, and I think it ultimately comes down to the judgment of the board of weighing the benefits and the costs of undertaking such an action.
Mr. Brannon, did that address your question?
Yeah, and if I might respond, and I don't mean this at all in a snarky way. I'm just trying to be really realistic.
Right.
In terms of looking at the clock on the public meeting today, we're approaching the 3-hour point, and then for all of us board members, we're approaching the 4.5-hour point when you count the closed session. Without, as Mr. Leib, I think, has very eloquently stated before, not, at least in the public portion, not addressing a whole lot that is specifically germane to reading, writing, and arithmetic. And I just think that we should all really consider Mr. Burns' comment about how messy these things are and how messy they could get. If we're now talking about basically giving a platform for, a fully elected board with potentially, partisan contentions to have all kinds of, disciplinary measures against one another that don't rise to the level provided for in state law, and just how much further distracting that would be from the reading, writing, arithmetic that we're supposed to be principally focused on.
Yeah, and to that end, I moved to strike that section, and I couldn't have possibly put it any more eloquently than my reasons for that than how Mr. Grannon just stated them.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay, we have the motion. Oh, everybody, we're getting sloppy with the muting. If we could be mindful of that.
I think people were trying to second.
No, I did. We already got the second. Whoa. We have the second. We have the motion and a second. Miss Santwine had seconded it. So we are now preparing for debate on a motion to remove under section 4, subsection A, to strike A in its entirety. And it has been seconded. So we're going to start with Miss Antwine. Miss Antwine.
No comments.
Okay. Mr. Gilliland.
No comment. Thank you.
Mr. Leib.
No comment. Thank you.
Ms. Hummer.
No comment. Sorry, my feed keeps going in and out, so sometimes if I don't answer right away, it's because I've clicked off and I'm coming back.
No worries. Ms. Alvey?
No comment.
Ms. Ellis?
No comment.
Mr. Grannon, any further comments?
No, thank you.
Okay. I am going to table my comments. And Ms. Schallheim, is there anything you wanted to add in addition to what's already stated?
Let's vote.
Okay. Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
No.
Mr. Leib?
Nay.
Ms. Hummer?
Yay.
Ms. Alvey?
Nay.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
For public transparency of them knowing what the consequences are of our actions we already can do under parliamentary procedure, I am a no.
5-4, motion fails.
Ms. Schulheim?
All right, last one, at least for now. Page 2 of 5, section D, number 4. I think we should end that sentence with "and AACPS." So the whole sentence would read, make decisions based upon best interests of AACPS students, public education, and AACPS. So my motion is to strike everything after AACPS. Do I have a second?
Okay.
Could you say where that is again?
Oh, yes,
What
page
section?
2, under D, position number 1, letter A, number Roman numeral 4.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So again, it would be make decisions based upon the best interests of AACPS students, public education, and AACPS. I think the rest of it is implied if we're following the first part of the sentence. I feel it's duplicative, and I want to strike everything after AACPS.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We're going to start debate. Did you want to share any additional information, Ms. Schulheim, with the group before we start debate?
Yes. To me, it seems duplicative and potentially subjective. If we're already acting in the best interests of AACPS students, public education, and AACPS in general, like I don't understand the need for the rest of that text. Also, who on earth would judge this? It just gives another reason for folks to hold things over other people's heads if they don't agree with them philosophically or otherwise. And what I feel is in the best interest of the school system, might not be what other people feel is in the best interest of the school system. And so I think making that language tighter clears up or erases the opportunity for people to accuse others of not doing what's right by students, which is the reason we're all here, although we have yet to speak of them directly during this meeting so far.
Okay, Ms. Antwine, any comments to the amendment?
None, please.
Thank you. Mr. Gilliland?
No comment. Thank you.
Mr. Ladd?
No comment. Thank you.
Ms. Hummer?
No comment.
Ms. Alvey?
No comment.
Ms. Ellis?
I guess I have a question about, I don't know if this is for Ms. Ortiz, what special interest group means definition-wise. I mean, I know we all know the term, but in other words, if there is a group within the whole that have a, I guess, a legitimate issue to advance, do they not have a voice? I mean, can we not make decisions in their interest if it does not hurt the whole of the AACPS?
So thank you for the question. So I think this language is saying the opposite of that. Basically, board members shouldn't be making decisions or taking actions that would benefit a special interest group to the detriment of AACPS students and AACPS as a whole. And so the purpose is that, the priority of the board is the school system as a whole. And even though, for example, even as appointed members, most of the members represented districts. now as elected members, everybody will represent a district. So even though obviously the interests of the individual districts, for example, are very important and would be important to discuss and consider and all of that, but if people are making decisions solely to benefit one group and not considering the impacts, or knowingly making decisions knowing that it will just benefit that group and really hurt, the school system as a whole, then that would be problematic.
So that's the part I'm having trouble with, because I could see a reason for making a decision to benefit a particular group that is not necessarily harmful to the whole, and therefore it could be good for the whole. Does that make sense?
Yeah, good for the whole, I think it's a non-issue.
But I guess I feel like there could be tweaking of the wording. So because we're not necessarily looking at the school system as a whole when we're making a decision for a particular group, but as long as it's not doing harm to the whole. So in other words, something like an AACPS as a whole, and not just those of any particular special interest group, or something like that.
And not solely.
Yeah, yes, something like that. I'd be more comfortable with it then, but the wording to me implies that we always have to look at it as a whole in the big picture, and that's not always correct.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that that definitely would be further clarifying. If I'm not mistaken, that additional language came from Ms. Oakes as well. And I think, again, the thought was just to ensure that, folks aren't just doing things for particular groups with disregard for the school system as a whole. And so, solely those of any particular special interest group, adding solely would definitely be more clarifying.
How would the sentence read then?
So then, make decisions based upon the best interests of AACPS students, public education, and AACPS as a whole, and not solely those of any particular special interest group.
I think what I like about that is it keeps us mindful of the whole, so that we don't cater to a special interest group at the detriment of AACPS, but it does not preclude us from taking action in favor of a special interest group. That, as long as, in other words, as long as it doesn't harm the whole, that it could be worthy of consideration and action.
That was the intention. So again, that clarifying language further makes it clear, as you stated.
So I don't know if that's a technical amendment. I'm offering it as a friendly amendment. I don't know.
I have a question about it. But as judged by whom, though? Could I worry about current and future board members' interpretation of these words? As although I understand your interpretation, Ms. Ellis. So I just wonder. I wonder if that would still provide too much subjectivity and then be cause for accusals of violation of policy.
Okay, so I need to get clarification, because we can't really directly, dialogue, quasi-debate on merit. So before we land ourselves there, Ms. Schallheim, Ms. Ellis, it appears, is making a suggestion of a friendly amendment, is instead of striking after the word AACPS, to continue to include the language to add in. And so that I'm okay with that as a friendly amendment if that's your spirit and intent. On the other hand, if not, we would continue to work with your amendment, and then if it were to fail, then we would represent it with the recommended amendment if Ms. Ellis wanted to proceed. So we're kind of, it's a little gray area parliamentary wise. I am willing to take whichever you would like to do.
Well, if that's an option to, as a secondary means to get further clarification, I'm willing to still go for my amendment as stated, and if it fails, then maybe Ms. Ellis would bring forth hers. So I think we should roll out.
Okay. Thank you very much. Ms. Ellis, did you have any other questions to Ms. Schallheim's amendment?
I don't think so. Thank you.
Okay. And Mr. Grannon?
Nothing further.
Okay. I do not have anything further on that. I will be, I think, I'm along with Ms. Ellis, on lines with Ms. Ellis. I will be a no on this. Any further comment, Ms. Schallheim, before proceeding with roll? Okay, let's call roll. Ms. Howe?
Yes, so this is a vote on section D under position 1A and then number on Roman numeral 4. Make decisions based upon the best interest of AACPS students, public education, and AACPS, period. Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
No.
Mr. Leib?
No.
Ms. Hummer?
Let's give it a second. We're in a unique situation. Let's see if I can get her.
Are y'all waiting on me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm sorry. I blipped out. I just came back in, so I'm not sure what's before me. I'm sorry.
The same amendment was Ms. Schallheim's amendment to edit the subsection 1, subsection A, sub 4 of to end that statement to where it says AACPS.
Right.
And strike the remaining language.
Okay, and we're voting. We're at the voting stage.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. My vote no. Thank you.
Ms. Alvey? I'm sorry, Ms. Howe. You need to proceed. I apologize.
That's okay.
No.
Ms. Ellis?
Nay.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim? Ms. Schallheim, you're on mute.
Sorry, aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Nay.
Motion fails, 6-3.
Okay. Ms. Schallheim, if you wanted, did you have any other amendments? Because I'm going to go round robin.
I'm going to yield to Ms. Ellis because I think that she's going to bring this back up.
Okay. So Ms. Schallheim has now yielded the remainder of her time to Ms. Ellis. Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to offer an amendment to the same section. Make decisions based upon the best interest of AACPS students, public education, and AACPS as a whole, and not solely those of any particular special interest group.
I'll second that.
Okay, a motion and a second. We've already kind of discussed most of this, so I'm just gonna, do we have any follow-up comments?
Madam President?
Yes, sir.
Bob Live here. Yeah, I would like us just to consider making that a technical amendment.
I agree with you. I kind of say, but I do want to hear Ms. Ortiz on that. Thank you for your point of order. Ms. Ortiz, on Mr. Leib's point of order that this could qualify as a technical amendment, what is your professional opinion, ma'am?
Yes, I agree, because that was the intention. That is the intention of the existing language. It's not changing the meaning, but it's further clarifying so that there is no confusion.
Okay, do we have consensus? In other words, speak only if you were opposing the recommendation to move this to a technical edit. Seeing none, this will be incorporated as a technical edit. Ms. Schallheim, did you have anything further? I'm going to do one more round with the board before we proceed to our next.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Move the ship along.
I don't think, no one else has really indicated to me in advance of any additional information or questions that they have. So at this time, are there any subsequent questions for staff on this first reader? Hearing none, just as the last call while I'm talking, this will be now moving officially to its second reader. It will be the next time we hear it. And as Mr. Granite has noted, and I concur with, should our emergency crisis circumstance continue and sustain and continue to affect some of our business conduct, we will definitely be open to consider a hold when we do get to second reader, should it be permitted, and I will be fully supportive of that under these existing circumstances, of course. With that stated, we are going to move on to the very next agenda item, item 6.04, Educational Equity, Code AF. And my understanding is that this is something that many of us have been long awaiting, going back to the previous, all the way back to quite a ways. And I was so excited that the state has finally reconciled with their modeled language and that we were able to work with this. I know that Ms. Alvey and Ms. Antwine, among others of the board, not to differentiate or to slight, but I know that they were very excited about this as well and joined me in that excitement. And there were a lot of people who put a lot of effort into this and weighing in from multiple stakeholders and angles. So with that stated, I would like to first open up the recommendation to Dr. Olato and then a presentation of the details of that recommendation by Ms. Ortiz. And then upon conclusion, we will start to address questions or any preferred amendments that may derive from there after we have had a chance to enter in any public comment that I may not be aware of that Ms. Howe may have for this particular one or Ms. Ortiz may be bringing to the table. Dr. Olato.
Yes, ma'am. Well, this is the first reading, so there is no official recommendation. But what the board has before you is the recommendation as moved from the policy committee.
Thank you, sir. Did you have any comments that you would like to make for the board before we begin?
No, ma'am, not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just wanted to make sure we're checking in with you. So with that stated, Ms. Ortiz, you have the floor.
Okay, so the Office of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement brings Policy AF, Educational Equity, before you on first reading. As already mentioned, this is a new policy and accompanying regulation that have been developed in accordance with recent state regulations. The policy establishes the board's commitment to educational equity for all AACPS students in accordance with the state regulation, and the regulation is drafted in accordance with the state regulation. As a quick background, the state board had originally taken this up in at the end of 2018. It was put out for public comment period. We actually submitted public comment, as did many stakeholders. And as a result of the public comment that was received, MSD staff decided to make additional substantive amendments. And so it didn't go before the state board again until early summer or so. And so it went out for a second public comment period. So that's why it's taken a little bit of time to finalize. You may recall that MAVE originally had done an in-service that myself, Dr. Gillens, I know Ms. Hummer attended sort of on the initial regulation, but it was amended since then. Anyway, the policy and regulation, the position, is practically verbatim what's in the state regulation, as are those procedures that are identified in the proposed AACPS regulation. I'm happy to take any questions. I believe Dr. Gillens is also on, and if she is, she's able to answer questions as well. The policy will be on our site for a 30-day public comment period. Thank you.
If I could jump in, Dr. Gillens is not on the call at this time. She is out delivering educational materials to all of our, to many of our meal sites. Wednesdays is our pickup day for hard copy instructional materials. So she and some of her team are out delivering those to meal sites.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alato, for sharing that with us. I was going to suggest she be reached if possible. I see Ms. Jackson is, however, on the call, and would Ms. Jackson be a good alternative to field questions, Dr. Alato? Should Ms. Ortiz, they fall outside of Ms. Ortiz's wheelhouse?
Yes, ma'am. Well, certainly those of us that have joined the board today will do our best to answer your questions. And since this is first reading, those questions that we're unable to answer, we'll certainly get back to you.
Sounds perfect. Okay, we're going to now open up. Ms. Ortiz, you were completed, I presume, right? Oh. So I'm going to start with roll call for questions, comments, and if any amendments at that time. I think for this one's purpose, I do anticipate we'll be approaching a second round robin. I think, so if you have questions and you want to contemplate, I will go back around a second time should additional ones arise, being that the level of importance that this is, because all of our policies are very important to our students and serve a very important role. So every policy is definitely to the benefit of our students. This one in particular, I think, rises well above that. And so I'm happy to round robin as long as we need to answer those questions. So with that in mind, Ms. Antwine, if you wouldn't mind starting us off.
Thank you, President Corkdale.
Unknown participant is now joining.
I actually submitted a late question, but a question nonetheless to you, Ms. Ortiz, about the actually the state reference, the state law that is prompting this specific area of state law. I also wanted to understand, we have been very successful in our policies to address educational equity throughout different policies. So I wanted to understand if there was a need to centralize that when it's already in several different policies. That would be my first question.
Yes, thank you. And I did see your message. Sorry I didn't get a chance to get back to you this morning when I saw it as I was preparing for this meeting. So yeah, that's a great question. So this new policy and regulation are required by state regulation. So it's the new COMAR regulation on educational equity. And so as a result of what the state board adopted, all school systems in the state are required to have, the standalone policy kind of identifying its commitment, a school system's commitment and procedures. And thank you for mentioning that, yes, we do a good job of mentioning and referencing educational equity in our policies and regulations and the things that we do as a school system, you do as a board. It's very important, and I'd be remiss if I didn't state that, our strategic plan covers these issues, and the vast majority, if not everything that's already required by the policy and regulation are things by the state regulation are things that we've already committed to as a school system and are already practicing. Eliminating all gaps is one of our, mottos. And something that the superintendent has been really working towards with our team. And so while we, cover these issues in many areas, whether it be existing policies and regulations in some form or in the strategic plan, or, Dr. Gillens and her staff and all of the work that they do, and really in all of the departments and the different ways in which we view things, and even how I approach policy and regulation, it was a requirement by the state that we have a standalone policy and procedures in place. So this was developed in accordance with that.
Okay, thank you for that information. With that shared and said, I was unable to identify a with our new circumstance of non-traditional means of ensuring educational equity with this coronavirus. I was unable to make a direct correlation between this policy and addressing such circumstances. Could you help me to identify how this supports the continuity of learning planning that we're doing now through this crisis?
Sure, and Dr. Alaga may want to jump in or correct me if I say something wrong. But yes, so we are in unprecedented times right now. And I think that one of the ways that AACPS moved swiftly to address educational equity and equity for our students was this priority to ensure that our children are being fed and establishing 60 meal sites around the county, far more than any other county in the state.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
To ensure that, you know, our kids are being fed and nourished and healthy, because obviously being able to eat and having meals is very important to the health and safety of our students. And so we set that up immediately. You know, the last day of school in classes was March 16th, and that Monday we were up and running. Jody Rizzi and her shop, Food and Nutrition Services, are absolutely amazing, and all of my colleagues that have been out there, you know, and helping and volunteering. It has been quite an endeavor. And then on the specific curriculum and instruction educational front, again, that's been a team effort. So whether it's been HR staff, you know, collaborating with principals and teachers and making sure that they're getting adequate information to put them in the best position to ensure that their students are receiving some kind of instruction, and now moving towards continuity of instruction, and working with families to identify their needs. So whether it's the Chromebooks that we've been giving out to families that do not have any means of electronics in their home, for students to be able to access all of the resources that we've made available to them, and the ones that will be forthcoming from their teachers. We've been working with families, we've been working with student services and counselors and PPW. So it really has been an all hands on deck with all of our students, but also just really identifying and knowing that we have students that are in need, and that we need to do everything that we can to ensure that they're able to obtain the resources available to keep them, you know, to continue their learning. And so I think that all of the efforts, I'm sure I'm missing a bunch of things. I mean, I went in to read like a book that was recorded. There's stuff online. You have interactive things, all kinds of resources for families and for students with an eye towards educational equity. So I think that this policy and regulation, what we've been doing, truly supports the vision and the intent of the State Board of Education when they adopted that state regulation.
And so thank you, Jeanette. I think you touched on many things. I think the key in answering your question, Ms. Antoine, is yes, I think this policy and regulatory language support both our in-school environment and certainly, as you say, this new and unique distance learning, online learning environment that we are creating for our students out of the necessity of this worldwide health crisis. We can't account for everything, but I think the policy does put us in good stead in a circumstance like this, because the key is identifying as best we can what the gaps are, and then working diligently to close and then eliminate those gaps. And so I think our policy language and regulatory language speak well to that. And in the specific circumstances that we are in, Ms. Ortiz mentions meals. That's an area that we identified and have worked diligently to close and eliminate those gaps. The same is true for access to our online environment. It's not perfect, but we will continue to endeavor to identify where those gaps are and then work with individual students and families to hopefully eliminate them as best we can given the circumstances.
Thank you. Thank you both for that explanation. My concern is educational equity is being compromised because of what is going on as we speak. And we want a policy that definitely generally covers that, but it may behoove us as a board to introduce a more specified policy that addresses educational equity during crisis. So I'm planning with that in mind. I am planning to make a motion, but I wanted my colleagues to be able to speak before I return with that motion. But I want to also publicly thank Ms. Ortiz touched on, I would say, a wee bit of what has been going on since this crisis has made its way to our state, to our county, and otherwise. But Dr. Arlotto, I commend all of you for holding the line the way that you have. My questions are not in any way intended to suggest that you guys are not doing all that you can to make things equitable for our system. I just believe strongly that through policy, we can shape how we do that. And so I want to understand how this policy is helping to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Ms. Corkadell had to step away for a moment. I believe, Mr. Gilliland, do you have any questions, comments?
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I would just say thank you again to Dr. Arlotto, Ms. Ortiz. I've been following this
is now exiting
for some time, and I do appreciate what Ms. Antwine mentioned, at least with present circumstances. I don't think what we're going through and the trial and tribulation of right now should dictate the policy. I think the policy should dictate how to deal with the trials and tribulations. And so I really appreciate what Ms. Antwine mentioned, and in particular in the area of online learning or digital learning more broadly, because of what we see, not just here, but I think nationally, even globally. My prior life, I saw it, what we refer to as the digital divide. You know, when we look at what we used to call 21st century work skills, workplace skills, and what the expectations are for students as they move through our space and move on to college, trade school, or the workplace immediately. Those digital skills are going to become more necessary for their overall success. I know all of that is, and I don't want to steal any thunder from Ms. Antwine or where she may be going, but I know all of that is to be assumed in this. I'm certainly open to hearing if she wants to call that out more directly somewhere or more appropriately somewhere, certainly with your guidance, Ms. Ortiz, on how to do that. But I do think, though, if there is a silver lining, this pandemic is causing, and I should say prompting the K through 12 world, it's not just AACPS, but K through 12 to move more expeditiously in the online and blended learning environments or modalities. And it's unfortunate that it's taken this, but I do think online and blended learning are not going anywhere. This is forcing us to move in this direction more rapidly. Certainly with a step or two back to get it right as we continue to refine the approach and move through all of this. So Dr. Arlotto, again, kudos to you and your team for what you've been able to accomplish very rapidly and in such a short period of time. And I know that that's been with the equity lens in focus, knowing that it hasn't been perfect, but we will get it right. So with that, you know, I'm anxious to hear what Ms. Antwine has to offer, but I'll defer to my colleagues at this point. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilliland. Mr. Lai.
No comments at this time. Thank you.
Ms. Hummer?
Yes, I think Mr. Gilliland put it well when he said that our response in the crisis shouldn't drive the policy, but our policies should drive how we respond to the crisis, and it should already be embedded in there. For the past year, I've been serving on the MABE, Maryland Association Boards of Education Equity Committee, and we've been working on developing draft equity policy to share with all of the school boards, and we've reviewed equity policies from all the different school boards to find the best practices. And I think Ms. Ortiz has done a very good job of incorporating all the main points from the state regulations and the feedback from other groups. Ms. Ortiz, we had a MABE legislative meeting on Monday, and we were reviewing and going over some of the legal aspects of what's happening during the shutdown. And one of the things came up was, would we need to change our policies moving forward, or what is kind of the grace with our policies and how quickly things would have to be adapted given the shutdown? Could you address that a little bit for us? That's not specific just to this policy, it's to our policies in general, given this unforeseen circumstance.
Sure, yeah, thank you for the question. So yes, MABE had a legislative committee teleconference call on Monday, and one school system in particular had just passed a policy regarding teleworking recently. And so obviously with COVID-19 and then, worldwide pandemic we're dealing with, things have changed. And so they had concerns about how to best address the current situation, because the things in their policy regarding teleworking weren't necessarily relevant at this time. And so I think, what we discussed was, folks said, could you suspend the policy? Is there a mechanism to suspend? Is it a matter of, given the fact that this is a national crisis and kind of a, not a frequent occurrence, we're in really unique times, doing memos from HR, things of that nature. So everybody's in a unique situation. I don't think I'm not aware that we are in a situation where, we would have to amend our policies, and what I stated too, because they were asking, the policy people, like, what do you think? I mean, I wouldn't recommend us going around and amending policies for this very unique situation. I think everybody understands that there are circumstances that are beyond our control. I mean, some of the things that have come up amongst the attorneys from around the state, there are a bunch of state laws and regulations that we're supposed to meet and yet unable to do so. And so it's asking, the state board to provide a waiver of things of that nature. And so what I recommended is, in certain instances where there needs to be clarification or addressing particular concerns, whether it's memos that go out from the superintendent or if it's an HR matter from HR, et cetera, understanding the current crisis that we're in, because there are lots of state laws right now that people are unable to abide by, but the legislature is not going to go in and amend those laws, right? The various bodies and entities that have oversight will determine how best to deal with the matters. And so I don't know if that answered your question, Ms. Hummer.
No, that was good. Thank you. I think that just gives us all some further clarification about policy and procedures moving forward. Thank you.
And everyone, I mean, as Mr. Gilliland mentioned, it's not just AACPS, it's all 24 jurisdictions and all 50 states and all over the world. Everybody's just trying to figure out like our new normal and how best to move forward, and having to prioritize and reprioritize things. And so, but certainly have been conversations about policies and laws and regulations being able to meet requirements given the circumstances.
Any more questions, Ms. Hummer?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, great. Ms. Alvey?
There you go. I just wanted to express my gratitude, and I often forget to, but for Ms. Ortiz and the policy committee for allowing me to be a part of this policy in advance, because I know this is something that I was really passionate about coming in, and then seeing how everyone else equally on the board is just as appreciative and engaged in this kind of an effort made me even more encouraged to take a larger part in it and just keep pushing for these things. So I just want to say thank you, because I don't often do that on the dais. So even though I'm not on the dais, I'm still saying thank you to all of you guys for all the work that you put in, and the board members and everybody who keep equity at the top of our minds even during these times.
Thank you, Ms. Alvey. Ms. Ellis.
First, I fully concur with Ms. Alvey's comments, and Mr. Gilliland very eloquently spoken that the policy should drive how we handle all situations. So I do think, yeah, we are all learning a lot from this experience that we're going through, and I see some potential for some real transformation in education as a result of going through this. Ms. Ortiz, Section B, issue in the policy. So was this taken straight from the state language?
No, so the issue was not taken straight from the state's language. This was developed, the positions were, and then the procedures. So this was actually developed by Dr. Gillens and her staff in accordance with the state's intentions and their goal in establishing this educational equity policy. Educational equity regulation, which required school systems to have a policy and regulation in place. And so that's where that language came from. It's with the spirit of and aligned with a lot of the commentary and the sort of background and explanation for why the state was moving forward with their state regulation.
Thank you. So one concern I have is I don't in any way debate or deny some very unfortunate aspects of our history. But my question is the third line of the issue, practices that have intentionally created and continue to afford advantages. I think at this point, we're to a point where there's, as much as we try to address any inequities that have developed over many, many, many years because of intentional actions, currently we're in a place where there's a whole lot of unintended things that were not intentional that still exist. So I question the wording there, whether either it should be intentionally and unintentionally, or should we just remove intentionally and just, because what we're, the point is, again, I'm not debating history. I'm just trying to help find a way to move forward. And so I just have a little bit of an issue with that. Again, I'm not trying to erase history by any means. And if it is better that intentionally remain there, I think it's important to address that a lot of issues that we have now are unintentional because we have to seek out those areas that many of us may still not be aware of that exist in our current practices. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you for your question. So I think the thought behind the intentionally was really more related to sort of the history in the United States as it relates to educational opportunities for students. And so, certainly, yes, I totally agree that, there may still be some intentional things, but certainly there are unintentional things that still create, advantages or disadvantages for students. And so, that's up to the board if you think it's best to remove intentionally or add, and unintentionally or unintentionally.
And I'm fine with either way. I'd be willing to hear sort of any argument for one or the other. I don't like the way it is now. I would like a change. So I don't know if I should offer an amendment or just maybe continue the discussion and then maybe my next go around if no one else has suggestions. But that's all I have for right now. I'm just a little concerned about that.
Yeah, so as I said, we'll be going round robin a second time on this because things that others may not have seen, because we're all seeing this for the first time, so to speak, minus our obvious preparation that I know all of our members do on a very regular basis for our meetings. I kind of felt compelled after that last discussion on the last agenda item just to bring that up to the public that we do come prepared, and I'm very proud of our board for being so well prepared. Minus, minor life events. Yes, we will be going back around, Ms. Ellis. And so you said you had no further comments at this time, correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. Mr. Grannon?
No further comments.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Schallheim?
Yes, I also want to express my gratitude for this policy. It turns out that it's timely to go back to what Ms. Antwine was stating. Just because we have this amazing policy before us doesn't mean there aren't perhaps other opportunities we can address future situations of this magnitude. If it can happen once, it can happen again, something different can happen, et cetera. So I'm interested in hearing what else she has to say about that. But thank you to Ms. Ortiz. I just realized I had tape over my camera, as I usually do when my computer is not hooked up to this. I think we all should practice that. I just want to express my gratitude to Ms. Ortiz and to the policy committee for this, and to what Ms. Ellis was stating. I see her point, and as a cultural and religious minority myself, I think it would be excellent to either do intentionally or unintentionally, or just strike the word intentionally. I totally agree. And I'll leave it to, hopefully that's a technical edit, and hopefully Ms. Ortiz can weigh in on what she would prefer on that, and we can just move forward without debating it ad nauseum and voting. But yeah, I just want to express my gratitude. So thanks for all of this.
Thank you, Ms. Schallheim. I do just have, I've already iterated my gratitude as myself, as well as on behalf of the board. But given that Ms. Ellis is probably going to be redressing this in the second round, I'll just share what some of my initial thoughts are on it. Is that I think removal of intentionally could create an impression of us not recognizing the historical implications and what happened, what has happened, very regrettably over the years. I am definitely very open to suggestions on to add language to that. I do think it would dynamically change the definition of our issue to be more inclusive and better reflect our existing circumstances. So I do definitely agree with that. I think overall, what our challenge is as communities, and as particularly as it pertains to stakeholders of a very strong vested interest in equity because of the inequities that they have experienced over the years. It's important for us to recognize that these decisions that we are making now are ones that we may not immediately always see. And this is something that as a board, we always have a challenge with is that, we implement a policy, and that policy then has regulations and standard operating procedures and training that gets implemented as a result of it. Some of these things take time. Codes of conduct, for example, we have, I think, implemented a very rigorous and a very zero tolerance policies, updating our existing ones that our students are currently operating under. And so I'm looking forward to next school year when some of our modified policies start to take effect, and to see, I'm very excited to see the implications as it relates to regulations and further training for our staff, and how that is deployed by Dr. Arlotto and his team, because I think we're going to see naturally occurring progress. And I think I'm so happy that the state did this, because it puts everybody on a level playing field, regardless of where you live in Maryland. And it says very clear and loud how we truly feel about equity and the inequities that continue to plague us from a societal perspective. And it definitely matriculates into, our education system and to our workplaces on a very regular basis, which is why also transparency of what we should be held to as conduct is so important to me. And it carries right into this policy as well. I think saying loud and clear where we stand on this is where we need to be. And I'm so excited for us to be able to set this through and pass it. And I know most of it we're not, going to want to touch, because the language is coming straight from the state, and this is the best way for us to initiate deployment. And I know that every several years we should be reviewing, especially policies like this, to continue to improve on them once we've seen the outcomes and the impact that they have had. Some may be immediate and some may not be so evident for years to come. So thank you so much, Ms. Ortiz. And I know that the EAC, who advises Dr. Arlotto, which is the Equity Advisory Committee that he has, played a very strong role in this, and that our team has done a really good job, I think, of reaching out to our stakeholders. And the fact that the policy committee was able to review this prior to the whole COVID situation, and to be able to allow another portal, I'll just remind everyone, for stakeholders to check in early on all these policies. That's the very first place. And even prior to that, working directly with the staff. So I think we've got an excellent foundation, and outside of what I'm hearing is some minor tweaks, especially on the things that we control, which are those issues and intents. I think we're going to be in a really good place. Thank you so much once again, Ms. Ortiz. So with that stated, I don't have any amendment suggestions, but Dr. Arlotto, did you want to say something before we do our next round robin?
Yes, ma'am. I would just like to provide some input. I would like the board to not remove the term intentionally. I think it's important that this board and this school system and this community recognize that there have been long-standing inequities in education in many aspects of life. But we are a board of education. We are a school system, and I think we need to recognize the historical context that these inequities were created intentionally. And certainly Ms. Ellis is right. There are also some unintended consequences, but certainly in terms of education, our history is very clear that many inequities were created purposefully and intentionally to afford advantages to some groups, and intentionally created to discredit or perpetrate, as the terms say in the under issue B, perpetrating inequities for others. So I would strongly recommend that language stay. I know that we're working to get Dr. Gillens on the line to share her point of view from her and her team as they help create this language. But I would strongly recommend that we keep the term intentionally created in this policy language. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alato. If you referenced the possibility of Ms. Gillens being able to join us, if you could just, I'm going to keep an eye on the feed board, but if she's dialing in on a phone number, I may not be able to catch when it's her. So if you could just please advise me as soon as the member has finished in their round, and then we will go ahead and jump her on in. Because I think she may want to have just a couple words too in general about all the efforts that her and her team have put in. So
Yes, ma'am. I believe she's in right now, and so I'm going to mute my microphone and allow Dr. Gillens to step into the conversation.
Thank you so very much. That's exciting. First, Dr. Gillens, I know you're out in the field on the front lines. Currently under our emergency situation, and I just want to first recognize that because that's how we're getting it done. And this, if that isn't speaking testament to, live what you believe, I believe you are right there with it, and I can't thank you enough. I don't think I could find enough words to express that gratitude that you and your other team members are doing as it relates to supporting this emergency and in general, our board. So with that, I'm going to mute myself and give you the table to speak as long as you feel necessary. Okay, we appears to be having some technical difficulties. I was not able to hear Ms. Gillens Dr. Gillens, if she was trying to speak. So I am going to suggest Dr. Alato, should I just, when she's able to jump back in, we can definitely, I'll just ask the member who's on right now to just take a pause to give her that opportunity when we're able to resolve the tech issue. So moving along, we're now in our second round of comments. Ms. Antwine? Okay, I'm not hearing Ms. Antwine either. We can come back to Ms. Antwine if she's also experiencing tech issues. So with that in mind, Mr. Gilliland, any further comments?
No further comments. Thank you.
Oh, glad to hear a person. I was starting to get a little paranoid. Maybe we had a bigger issue. Thank you. Mr. Lai.
No further comment.
Ms. Summer?
I'm in agreement with Ms. Ellis that we add the word unintentional as well, so that it would say practices that have intentionally and unintentionally created and continued to afford advantages, etc.
Thank you. Ms. Alvey?
For whoever that motion came from, I second that.
We're not to the motion yet, but duly noted. Thank you. So we are brought to Ms. Ellis. Before you proceed, I want to give Ms. Antwine one more chance to see if she has stepped back in and is able to. Oh, I see we're unmuted. Great. Ms. Antwine?
My apologies for that. I had to take care of something quickly. So if we are just addressing the term intentionally, I respect and understand Ms. Ellis's point of view on that, but I believe the term definitely should stay. It changes the entire spirit of this issue. I also agree that the point that she brought up about unintentional. Currently, we have both intentional and unintentional entities that have and are causing these inequities. So I would recommend that we go along with the other part of what Ms. Ellis recommended, and we put intentionally or unintentionally as the correction.
Thank you very much, Ms. Antwine.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
Okay. Ms. Gillens, are you on? I know they were trying to work. Oh, great. I know they were trying.
I can hear you all. I called in on my phone, but you couldn't hear me.
Yes. Correct. Yeah. Unfortunately.
I had to rush and grab my laptop to power it up because I was out at Southgate Elementary School. So I apologize, but I have been listening in.
Great. So I'm going to give the floor to you and go ahead and mute so that you can spend a couple minutes addressing the board.
Certainly. There are 2 points there was one question that was asked regarding does the current draft of the first read of the policy address our current situation? And I would say that yes, if you were to look at, and again, forgive me because I am trying to kind of catch my breath, so I apologize for that. If you were to look at the policy under procedures, and if you look at number 2 in particular, I think that answers the question about does the current language address what we're going through with COVID-19. So number 2 says create and maintain environments that are equitable, fair, safe, diverse, and inclusive. And this is driving, of course, our efforts in making sure that all of our students, to the best of our ability, needs are being met, but we're certainly thinking through the lens of equity, whether it's providing Wi-Fi in parking lots, right, for families who do not have Wi-Fi services, or ensuring that we're going to get technology into the hands of children who do not have access to technology, or to the point of where I was today, providing hard copies of learning materials that are aligned with what children will be having access to online. So I do want to address that. I do think number 2 in that policy under procedures definitely captures, we're always looking through the lens of equity when we're talking about young people in our district, students in our district. I do agree with what's been stated about the importance of in keeping intentional in the language of this policy. We always say we must know where we come from, right? The way just historically of how inequities even exist today. So I am in support of certainly adding unintentional. Sometimes we don't know what we don't know, but I do think that if we do not include intentional, we are not recognizing how we got to the situation we are in today, where we still in 2020 are experiencing inequities among student groups for our students. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gillens. So we are now with Ms. Ellis, I believe. You're up.
Great, thank you. First, Dr. Gillens, thank you so much for all that you're doing. It's been a real challenge, I know, for everyone, but some of you are really working around the clock, and we all appreciate you. And I want to thank everyone, including Dr. Gillens and the board members who had an opportunity to weigh in on what I considered an opener for discussion, because I did not want to make a motion or propose an amendment without getting a sense of how the board was feeling. But I do want to go back and reiterate that I recognize why that language is in there, and I do not in any way want to attempt to erase or deny our history. I simply have concerns about the word intentional being in there without unintentional, because my feeling is that there are some people who might not recognize that, in other words, there are some people who might not recognize that no matter how much we address, there's all these unintentional things that are still impacting our students, and we need to seek those things out. If we simply focus on the how we got here, we might not see where we are. So we can try to fix all of the inequities that are in existence, but if we don't recognize that there are unintended inequities that exist that we don't even realize, and we need to continue to seek those out.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
I hope that sort of clears up where my concern with the language was, and I fully support keeping is the word intentional? Intended? I don't remember. Intentionally. So I fully support keeping that language in there. And I now do propose an amendment to amend that sentence to include intentionally and unintentionally created.
Second, Dana.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. So let's go around on this amendment, starting with Ms. Antwi. But before I do, Ms. Ellis, was there anything else you wanted to add for the benefit of the board as it relates to your motion?
Thanks. I think I spent a lengthy time explaining it before I proposed it, so I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Antwi.
Thank you, President Corkdale. If I may call the question, since we have discussed this already.
Okay, we have a motion to call question. Do we have consensus, or is there any person who's opposing that? Okay, seeing none. Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Unknown participant is now joining.
Okay, so Ms. Howe, if you could please call roll on Ms. Ellis's amendment.
Yes. Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Alvey?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Okay. Ms. Ellis, did you have anything else to add?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, and then Mr. Grannon, anything further? We've disposed of the amendment, and we are now back to the policy as a whole. Any additional questions for staff or amendments at this time, or comments?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Schallheim.
Well, I wanted to thank Dr. Gillens for her insight on the rationale for, and Dr. Lauder for the rationale and for keeping intentionally, and then also adding unintentionally. So, yeah, I just wanted to say thank you again, and it reads better to me now too. Thank you.
Okay, great. Sounds good. I do not have any further questions for staff at this time. So with that in mind, I believe we've concluded item 6.04.
President Corkadell, I'm sorry to interrupt. I shared that I had a motion to make concerning educational equity.
Absolutely. My apologies. I didn't hear from anyone right away. I'm still getting a little bit acclimated as to what my pause time should be. So my apologies if I cut it short for you unintentional. Please proceed.
Yes, ma'am. And thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate what Dr. Gillens shared and pointing out in the regulation how we are addressing this pandemic. But I still see, as I shared earlier, how we can utilize policy to shape how we manage our current state. Therefore, I motion that the Board of Education develops and adopts a pandemic policy, and that the superintendent develops related regulations. This policy should be prioritized on our policy calendar for the policy committee's review and legal adaptation.
Second, Dana.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Ms. Antwine, was there anything else that you wanted to add before we round robin debate?
I'm so sorry. There was a word or two that dropped out when Ms. Antwine was reading that. So I'm sorry, can the motion be repeated?
Absolutely. Ms. Antwine, if you would not mind, please. To rephrase.
No problem. And give me a second. I motion that the Board of Education develops and adopts a pandemic policy, and the superintendent develops related regulations. This policy should be prioritized on our policy calendar for the policy committee's review and legal adaptation.
And then Ms. Schalheim has seconded that. Ms. Ellis, was that clear?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Proceeding on with comment and debate, Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President. I think just perhaps a clarification question. I'm certainly happy with advancing this and having the policy committee look at it, but a question would just be how we also handle extended snowstorms, for instance. Is there something that exists currently by way of low-hanging fruit that can be adjusted or modified in such a way that it can account for something that is more substantial, like the pandemic that our students and teachers and others are living through. So it's just food for thought. I don't necessarily need an answer now to delay this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gilliland. Mr. Lai?
I have no comment.
Mrs. Corkadell, may I just interrupt for a second? Just
Yes,
for
sir.
clarity's sake, for members of the board, my staff, and the public that may be watching, I believe that Mrs. Antwine is recommending that the board take up a pandemic policy, to use her terms, which is separate and apart from this item that you've been talking about, 6.04. And if that is in fact the case, maybe you can dispense with and move on from 6.04 and pick up the pandemic policy discussion. I just want to make sure one was closed out before you began another.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arlotto.
President Corkdale, if I may, the reason I brought it up in this issue was because I saw a direct correlation between the two. If for the sake of moving forward, you want to close it and keep the motion open, but there is a relationship between this pandemic and educational equity, and that is why and how I shaped the motion and the questions that I asked earlier.
Okay. I'm seeing both points here. So I think once a motion has been put on the table and seconded, I can, let's go ahead and Ms. Antwine, if you're amicable to me to place a temporary order of hold on your motion, and I'll go back in and close out 6.04, and then we can proceed, and I'll lift the hold as soon as I make that announcement. I think that would be cleaner parliamentary. Thank you, Dr. Arlotto, for bringing that to my attention. If you're amicable to it, Ms. Antwine.
It's good to go for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to make sure we weren't closing out and then, because you had others. So with that stated, we're going to place a hold by consensus, unless anyone is opposed, to the motion directive based on the direct impact on the agenda item 6.04. And therefore, seeing no opposition, I'm going to officially close out 6.04 and reopen to the motion at hand, which brings us back through the roll call to Mr. Lai.
I had no comment.
Okay. I just want to make sure. Ms. Hummer?
Yes. Adding on to what Mr. Gilliland said, I would be more open to looking into a policy on disasters or crises in general, not specifically a pandemic, because I think that it can be broader in our response to any type of emergency situation. And while I agree that this is something that we could look into as a priority item, I hesitate to, and I know Ms. Antwine didn't put a time frame on it, but to be working on this immediately when we are still in the midst of this crisis and staff is working so hard to get our students back, that I don't want to be I think we will be able to draft a better procedure after we've gotten through this and we've got lessons learned and we can be more precise on what are areas or procedures that need to be put into place. So I would just be that we give it some time for us to get out of crisis mode so that we can look at this with the advantages of hindsight and what things worked and what didn't, and in a broader sense for all over types of emergencies.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hummer. Ms. Alvey?
My only recommendation was that I understand the intent of what Ms. Antwine is saying, but maybe to call it like a state of emergency policy, or make it something a little bit more broad, so that it's applicable to more than one kind of emergency, like a pandemic. But again, if it's in the state of emergency, our school system will do as follows. Might be a little bit more effective for a wider range of things, in my opinion.
Thank you, Ms. Alvey. Ms. Ellis?
No comment.
Okay. Ms. Schallheim? I'm sorry, Mr. Grannon. Sorry.
Yeah, I agree with Ms. Hummer and Ms. Alvey.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Schallheim?
Well, I seconded this for a reason, and I had some words that I wanted to say about all of this. So, I'll just get on with it. So, we're in the midst of this thing, and we're battling an invisible enemy and through a once-in-a-century health crisis, and our schools are closed. The vast majority of our businesses are closed or working with skeleton staffs. There's anxiety and uncertainty with no guidebook or map to assist us, and our students are and caught in the crossfire is our students whose education has been turned on its head. No teachers to bond with in the traditional sense, no learning in the way in which any of our children are accustomed to, no socializing in person with friends. Everyone is anxious and scared, as are our parents and teachers. Our seniors last year with us has been torched. Our juniors are worried about what this crisis will mean to them during an arguably the most important year of high school, and our middle and elementary students are also thrown off their game as we're all scrambling to put in place continuity of learning for all 85,000 students. Parents are looking to their local, state, and national leaders for guidance and answers. They want to be comforted. They want to know as much as possible about next steps and how the pandemic will affect their learning. They want to be assured that their elected and appointed board is on the case and that our students' education and mental well-being is the priority. There's a lot of work and discussion. There's work and discussion that should occur now and in public. Dr. Lotto and his staff deserve a standing ovation for their immediate and ongoing response to this crisis. They've been phenomenal in feeding and providing fabulous enrichment opportunities for our students. How we will continue to support our students through and after this crisis must be the board's priority, along with decisions that address the immediate ongoing operations of the school system or that are mandated by the state. And in my view, this should be our only focus until this emergent situation is behind us, which is why I had concerns about the agenda that I've stated, I think, a couple times now. This proposed policy, although I definitely agree with, I think there's 3 or 4 of you who said to make it broader, more like a state of emergency kind of thing. I agree with that. and that this proposed policy will aim to address student needs during a crisis such as this. And I definitely encourage my colleagues to work together with Dr. Alato and his staff to make it a reality. So that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Ms. Schalheim. I did want to say a couple things on that. So we have an emergency plan in place on the operational side under Dr. Alato's, and we are seeing that in action. And personally, emergencies and crises have those hashtags associated with them for a very important reason. They are unique. I don't think anyone would question what Ms. Schalheim had said, that this is truly a unique once-in-a-lifetime emergency that we are experiencing. Having participated in emergency planning policy creation for other entities, as well as being very familiar and trained with emergency protocols with our particular county, I can say that with absolute certainty that it is important that the idea of field command reigns supreme. And I guess I'm drawing a little bit of pause on this in the bigger sense that I have a concern that where our duty limitation is, there's a high risk of a usurp of power that could hinder the immediate responses that we see our staff having to deal with daily. I do not see a circumstance by which we could get adequate public input and the stakeholders involved, because the stakeholders involved are currently in action. And I think personally it would be not appropriate and put them at a disadvantage if we ask them to draw a pause to do an analysis that will and should and absolutely will occur after all emergencies take place. Every single agency, including our school system, goes through what they like to call a hot wash, I guess, for lack of a better term. I'll use the slang for this particular case, which simply means that everybody goes in and reanalyzes and re-updates. And then those decisions that occur thereafter is the moment in time. But just like many of our policies that so heavily and directly affect operations should be coming as a result of that hot wash and analysis from the staff and not driven, I do not believe in this particular case, from the board. Clearly, we have a very strong and important role to play in this emergency. And I've seen nothing but stellar actions. What Ms. Gillens, Dr. Alato, Ms. Ortiz, and others have said about our item 6.04 as it relates to what the state is doing in the lens of equity under this circumstance, as well as what we are doing every single day, is carrying us through this horrific circumstance. I hope to God we never have another one in a lifetime. We are experiencing, Ms. Schalheim, you're absolutely correct, a lot of dyers. People are in situations they never thought they would be in. A lot of people have suddenly found themselves unemployed and trying to figure out where to find the next meal. Our food service has and will continue to carry our communities through this tough times, as will our county executive and our governor and our state superintendent, Dr. Salmon, and Dr. Alato at our particular level at the helm. Truly, a field command in an emergency situation means that, yes, the oversight boards do kind of take a step, and that's an uncomfortable step for an oversight group to do. But lives are at stake, and their ability to respond immediately without anything more than what we're already working through is in play. For the public, I do want to point out that many items on this agenda that you're seeing today are things that staff had already well prepared for. And so by simply being able to roll it out in a meeting, seemed appropriate to include those. And when possible, we will continue to conduct regular business on those items that are already ready for prime time. That's how we continue to support, is to maintain that steady hand. And I think that there will be an opportunity to do this, but I do believe that artificially imposing and not being inclusive of all types of emergencies that are similar in kind would be a disservice to our staff and to our opportunity to learn and grow about the actual issue. We have not received a presentation on an emergency plan, nor would I would hope no one would actually try to impose that on the staff right now. Anything more than information that we need to know to get us through our days. And Dr. Alato and his staff have done an outstanding job in addressing questions in a variety of platforms and ways for the members as well as for the communities. And I feel this is very important to say. I mean, I can't reiterate enough, a crisis is just that. And when I hear, you know, the assumptions that can easily be drawn, I am concerned about when we propose to take actions like this. This seems more reactive than responsive. And so I look forward to Dr. Alato and his staff coming to us, the board, with their suggestions of how we can create a policy that will support the intents of Ms. Antwine, which I can 110% support, but not under this frame in this moment in time. And so I will be a no on this, but I will not be a no to hearing what the board, the stakeholders, the community, and Dr. Alato and the staff would like to do moving forward at a moment where we are out of crisis. We're going to be in a state of staging down from this crisis, even if we were to open up schools tomorrow, for months to come. And we've got to stay focused on those tasks, and we've got to ensure that we keep moving with as much regular business as possible to allow our schools to open up, hopefully in a more normal environment. We don't know the length of this emergency, of course, come fall. And these are delicate balances, and I know there's a lot of individualized opinions, the very same things we discussed in item 6.03 of interpretation. And so I'm going to continue to pray and do my best in my role that I play with this. And I am very supportive of us developing a policy that helps the staff in a time of emergency, but not one that is reactive while we are still at a stage level 5, the highest level of emergency with our state. And working up that ladder right now, right behind them is our county as our numbers continue to rise and more families are affected. This will get worse before it gets better. And I'm certain and confident that those fears, concerns, and elevated challenges that Ms. Schallheim brought up are even going to get a lot more real. But I have a lot of faith and trust in the actions that I've seen thus far of our staff and our board members rising to that occasion. I couldn't picture a better team to be involved with, and I'm very proud of each and every single one. So I will be a unfortunate no for this motion, but a definite yes in the future once we have cleared this emergency. Ms. Antwine, did you want to make any other comments on your motion before we roll call vote?
Yes, please. I do. I assume that the recommendations were amendments that I will certainly accept if they are amendments. If not, I can rephrase the motion. What the intention of this is to do is not to undermine or to prevent or tie hands or whatever other suggestions have been made in discussions. This is to allow us as the Board of Education for Anne Arundel County to take actionable steps to addressing what's going on. I also want to point out, and not as pessimistic as it may sound, we don't have a deadline for this crisis. We have to act now. And come the 24th, if the state superintendent chooses that students go back to school, teachers, we go back as normal, then we have to have something in place on how to report how to manage in case, crisis is introduced again within our school system. And we do this through policy. I've been jotting down some information as well and looking up some things. It's one of the benefits of being remote. It appears that we as the school system have an obligation to identify how we manage in such crisis. So with that said, I'd like to read this as well. Equity in education during this pandemic is a critical state and is a matter that cannot be ignored. Though the school environment has changed, the effort to educate all students has and should not change. As emphasized in our current policies, the school environment must be conducive to demonstrating high expectations for all children. All still means all. We must also budget for such episodes. While it is ideal that federal, state, and county government provides for our financial posture and all things related to this pandemic, we must also consider requesting and allocating funds for such episodes. Funds would be used as a direct source for entities like food, protective equipment, paying for our employees, and expanding virtual education. It would also be useful for unforeseen circumstances. And Arundel County Public Schools must promote equity in its educational access and achievement. Our obligation includes diligence of service to all students with concerted efforts to keep their well-being as the priority. The instructional process and the traditional means of getting this done is realistically under attack due to this COVID-19 pandemic. This gives us a grand opportunity to reshape routines and implement new ways to educate safely. Again, I strongly commend Dr. Arlotto and the entire Anne Arundel County school system for the remarkable real-time effort to educate our students and support our employees. We must, as the board, support his efforts with leadership, policy, holistic, attentive response, appropriate public engagement, and funding. This is why I recommended this motion. I request that if the amendments are actual amendments, I would like to be able to reshape the motion as well. But I didn't quite understand if they were recommendations or amendments. Thank you.
I believe if a member was making an amendment, they would state it in the motion, unless I'm misinterpreting. So with that stated, thank you very much, Ms.
I still have
Antoine.
comments if you want to do another round robin.
I wasn't going to, but but I'm happy to if you have additional comment that you would like to make.
President Corkadell, I guess I was requesting clarification on whether or not they were amendments. If you're saying they're not amendments, I would like the opportunity to reshape the motion.
I am willing to reshape the motion to afford that opportunity, Ms. Antoine. Ms. Schoheim, I'm going to place this on hold since the motion that you intended to speak to appears to be changing. So, Ms. Antoine, if you could just formally withdraw your state withdrawal and then a restate of the new motion, we can proceed, and then request a second for it and then we'll go back around, Ms. Schoheim, again for debate because this will be a new motion. So, Ms. Antoine, you have the floor.
And thank you. I do believe that the motion I'm about to make is still in line with the spirit and intent of the original. It's just expanding the term pandemic to include a state of emergency policy rather than a pandemic policy. So I motion that the Board of Education develops and adopts a state of emergency policy and that the superintendent develops related regulations. This policy should be prioritized on our policy calendar for the policy committee's review and legal adaptation.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Ms. Antwine, is there anything else you wanted to add for the benefit of the board before we proceed with debate?
Not at this time. Thank you, President Corkadell.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Mr. Gilliland?
Can I ask a point of order?
Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
Our policy on policy, does it not say that a board member or maybe it's two board members can bring a matter to the policy committee? Is this something we vote on?
Yes, so we would be voting on this because it would be because it was not included in this year's calendar. And then at that point, once it was agreed upon, the prioritization is actually a whole separate process in and of itself as to what that translates to. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Burns, but my understand, because I don't have the policy in front of me, and Ms. Ortiz, feel free to jump in if you're still here. But my understanding is that the final word on what goes through to the policy committee, in other words, the order of it has to be a collaboration between the superintendent and or his designees, the president, and the policy chair. They would convene and decide if, how, which, where, and why. Ms. Ortiz is always included in that, of course, of where to be able to squeeze it in, because we do not have prepared with the board members right now to do. That is how policy lands ultimately, in what order it follows under. In other words, we could have for the remainder of the year a whole bunch that we've got to get through by a certain timeline. That would obviously supersede a motion even on the dais, because that has a legal obligation that this does not.
I just didn't hear anything in the motion about the timing of this policy, I didn't hear anything in the motion asking us to prioritize it in any particular order.
Correct.
All I heard in the motion was
it. Yeah, it was to prioritize it,
okay,
but did not specify. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just heard a proposal for a policy, which is not normally done on the dais.
That is correct. But she has, because it's left open-ended, it would be something that could be conformed to. But as I said, the final decision would be the policy chair in conjunction with the superintendent and the president as to where it would land on the calendar for this year or to start off the next year, depending on the circumstances. But the motion is, you're correct, it said the word priority, but it did not stipulate a timeline. And we have adopted a couple policy requests on the dais, not in this format, but I'm going to give Mr. Burns a chance to just kind of chew on that while we continue with debate. And if there is anything that he identifies, Ms. Ellis, to better address the concern, I want to give him a minute. Then we'll definitely jump him in to make sure that we are correctly compliant with that. But you're correct. It is definitely at the least outside a norm. Thank you for the point of order. We're going to proceed with debate, and then we'll check in with Mr. Burns after the first round. Mr. Gilliland, any comments?
Thank you again, Madam President. I think I'd really like to hear from Mr. Burns as well. I do appreciate and even support the intent. I think that's in the works here. My concern is certainly, I know we have emergency management plans that are in effect. We're still waiting guidance from the federal government. I know the U.S. Department of Ed did some outreach yesterday to institutions of higher ed. I don't know how that's trickling in the K through 12 space yet. I'm sure more is coming. We're awaiting additional guidance from the state. We're awaiting additional guidance from the State Board of Education. We're awaiting additional guidance from the state superintendent and MSDE. and my only fear is that we do something. I'm going to use a word or a term that's probably not the best, but it's just what comes to mind. And I don't mean this to be insulting by any means, but I would hate for us to do something that's knee jerk, and then that hampers the ultimate goal and outcome that we're trying to achieve. So, having said that, I really would like to hear more from Mr. Burns about what emergency management plans, or at least how that's specified in policy. And my last comment, I already do appreciate Ms. Antwine's broader definition, by way of state of emergency versus pandemic, because it's only a matter of time. We're long overdue for a major snowstorm. We haven't had one in a couple of years, and it's just a matter of time before we hit one, and we're out of school for 5, 6, 7 days. So I think all of that should be thought out and hopefully wholly encompassed. So with that, I'll stop. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Gilliland. Under the circumstances, it looks like I think we would benefit if Mr. Burns is ready, or do you need a minute? It sounds like we have two things that we're going to need you to weigh in on, Mr. Burns. And the first one, I'm doing this in part for benefit of public, so they're able to follow, is that number one, Ms. Ellis was questioning to make sure that we are following our just recently adopted policy on policy. And then the second one is to speak to what is already in existence, if you are able to, and if not, then clearly we probably do need to get that at some future point, if not able to compile for Mr. Gilliland's answers today. So if you have a minute, sir, I'm going to give you the table and let you address.
Thank you, President Corkadell. You do have in your policy BF, which you adopted, the board approved and adopted in January. The provision, which I think it had been in some discussion, but ultimately the form it took with respect to the board referring or initiating policy appears in, I believe it is in C2. And what C2 says in policy BF is that, and that's titled Policy Development Process. It says policy development or amendment, and I would suggest, based on Ms. Antwine's motion, we're really looking at policy development here, including recommendation for review by the committee, may be initiated by the board, a board member, the superintendent, or the superintendent's designee. Just taking in concept the fact that Ms. Antwine has suggested there is something that ought to be taken up for consideration as a policy, however that's ultimately shaped. I think what your policy now says is that whatever you agree should be reviewed and looked at goes to the policy committee. That includes obviously the folks on the committee, the staff members that help them do their job, the superintendent, and all of them would be tasked with bringing back to the board, at whatever makes sense under the circumstances, their recommendations at some point, and or their draft of what they think you should adopt. It actually dovetails with Mr. Gilliland said, because given that you are in this very open window, brand new open window on federal and state changes to the law and local initiatives to adapt to them and resume education, there are so many things that could come at this school system that are going to require either ad hoc policy changes or actual policy changes, that I think you want to be careful about tying your hands on any particular timeline, and instead trust that your 4 board members on the committee and that the superintendent and staff will take under advice that which the board directs them to take under advice and get back to you in the time it makes sense to consider their recommended steps. And I think if you want to keep, my advice to Ms. Antwine or anyone making such a motion at this stage is keep it broad, hit all your points. I think you've done so anyway, and let the process unfold from there, because I see nothing else in your policy setting policy. And remember, you don't even have regulations yet on this. At least they're not published yet through your website. Let the process unfold. And I think if, as part of the motion, a board member wishes to emphasize that under the circumstances, within reason, they would like to see this be given priority attention, you've accomplished your mission. You've said that on the record. I think it's been said so far. And the folks here who are on the committee and the superintendent would have heard that message. However, that motion finally comes across.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Burns. And then Mr. Gilliland's second question as it relates to what policies are in operation that have provided for, I mean, emergency planning is a subset of the bigger picture of operations and is kind of like, why wouldn't it, every school has one. Every individual school of ours has one on top of us as a whole. And so I think, Mr. Gilliland, your question was, maybe you could better phrase it than me, but in summary, what I was hearing was what policy are they operating under currently that is it general operations or something more specific? Or Terry, do you want to add, please? Because I forget everything you said.
I think you just summarized it well. I mean, clearly, I guess another way of asking it is a policy dictating what has already happened, or has the directive from, whether it's MSDE, state superintendent, or state board, let's just call it Dr. Salmon at this point, state superintendent, the directives that she's given trump anything that we would have in place already. So I guess I'm trying to figure out, one, that dynamic or relationship, and even if we had a policy, it's my understanding, because of the state of emergency or whatever we want to call, she would be able to dictate or even override any policy that we have in place. I guess I just don't want to go through all of this for nothing. I appreciate the spirit and the intent. I think Ms. Antwine's spot on, but at the same time, if this is all for nothing because the state superintendent can override our authority when we do reach a state of emergency like this, I guess, Mr. Burns, if that helps clarify where I was coming from in some of my my line of questioning.
Well, I understood what you had asked. I think what the board needs to understand, the public needs to understand, is it's not so much a question, and Dr. Arlotto may wish to expound on this, but it's not a question per se of what the state board or state superintendent may direct at this school system over the next few weeks. Because as I've mentioned before, a lot of what the state is doing is being guided by the good and great practices that local school systems are coming up with. That's part of the local control that the state's system employs. And so the leadership from the local superintendents and boards is what's driving a lot of what's happening here. Now, there's going to be some federal overlay and there's going to be some state overlay. But I think the answer to the question, what is this school system operating under right now? You're operating under this board's existing policies, the school system's existing regulations, the existing laws, and the best practices based on the experience and expertise of all your staff in meeting the current exigencies. And there is no magic law or rule or policy that's being followed. It's what's necessary within the bounds of the law and your policies to get the job done. And to circle back to the original question from Ms. Corkadell is, if Ms. Antwine's proposal helps move the ball forward, I think if you let your committee and superintendent and board members flesh out the details and figure out what has to happen when, you'll be well served. And I don't think you have to worry about whether it will conflict with something. It's more about give your experts a chance to move it forward for you.
And thank you, Mr. Burns, and Mr. Gillen, I appreciate the question. I would agree wholeheartedly. There is no clean policy in this regard that any one of us across the country as school systems are following. So we're as we are making decisions, we're doing that within the context and the confines of policy and regulatory language that exists now, along with what direction we're getting from other entities like the State Board of Education, departments of health, and certainly the governor's office are helping shape some of our decisions as well. And I think that's all appropriate because things are changing in a situation like this on a minute-by-minute basis. I'll also say that in terms of an emergency policy or pandemic policy, wherever this is headed, I'm not sure that's the right way to go. I'm not sure that I would recommend that the board spend the time trying to adopt a policy as such, because it's really procedures. And procedures can be amended and changed as situations occur. Policies cannot. You've got to go through processes and procedures to change policies. We will certainly, as time becomes more our friend over as this, hopefully the pandemic reaches its peak and we're in a downward trend, we will be able to take some time, not just myself and my team, but across the country. School systems will take time, I'm sure we will, to really reflect on what we handled and what we've done up to this point and put some things in writing so that we have some processes and procedures to follow. Certainly, if this pandemic were to have occurred 10 years ago, our response would have been very different because we would not have had the online tools to access, just in terms of getting our students to continue to avail themselves of some form of learning or instruction. And so we will certainly be looking at processes and procedures into the future. This certainly, one of the silver linings will be with the development of what we are able to do now in terms of online. And as Mr. Gillen, you mentioned a possibility, and I hope you're wrong, that we're due for a big snowstorm, but it very well may happen. And these are processes and procedures that we are learning now and can put in place that might serve us well, where we can tell our folks to go online and continue some form of learning and skill development if we're out for an extended period of time with regard to using snow as an example. Other emergencies might dictate the same, but that is certainly one that is possible in our foreseeable future. So I don't know that I recommend a policy. I think that I don't know that a policy fixes anything. I think us developing a language in terms of processes, procedures based on what we've learned and learned across the country and learned in our own school system could bode well for us into the future, and having some things in place that we can address issues such as these as they come up. And hopefully they won't, but we'd rather be better prepared than not.
Thank you, Dr. Alato. Mr. Gilliland, you still have the table. Any follow-up questions for Mr. Burns, Dr. Alato, comments, questions in general?
No, I'm good. I think that answers the question for me. Is the juice worth the squeeze here? And I don't think it is. It seems like there are fail safes in place already. And, Dr. Alato, I'm not going to get your words precisely right here, but, it seems like the policy is not necessarily going to do us a lot of good right now. Even though the intent, I think, behind it is right. And certainly I appreciate where Ms. Antoine is going. There are things in place beyond a policy that, for lack of a better term, allow for continuity of operations through any type of state of emergency.
Thank you, Mr. Gilliland. Mr. Live?
I'm ending up at the same place where Mr. Gillen is. After the superintendent's and our council's comments, I'm in that same place, so I have no other comment.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Hummer?
Yes, I'm in line with Mr. Gillen and Mr. Lott.
Okay. Ms. Alvey?
I agree. No further comment.
Ms. Ellis?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not opposed to bringing the concern to the policy committee through the normal means. In other words, investigating what's already in place. And I suspect there's going to be a whole lot of lessons learned once we get through all this that might compel some policy. But I'm not sure it's going to benefit our school system to rush to create a policy in the midst of this. I think right now we have to rely on the means that we have to get through this, and then certainly learn from it. And so I would be fine with the normal means and progression of bringing this to the policy committee, but I don't think we need to vote on an urgent action.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Mr. Grannon?
Yeah, I wouldn't write a fire code until the fire's out.
Thank you, Mr. Grannon. Ms. Schulheim?
I just want to go back to previous comments and state that I think I was wholly misunderstood. So I was applauding the school system. I am applauding the school system. I am applauding the work of everyone that's involved. I do see, I obviously disagree philosophically with others on this board about what our priorities should be right now, and we can be in disagreement, and I'm fine with that. I support the intent and the spirit of where Ms. Antwine wants to go, because we can always do better. And I don't think we need a whole vote of the board. 2 members want something brought to the policy committee, and 2 members of her and I, me being her second, have done that. And so therefore it will go to the policy committee to be scheduled however it gets scheduled normally. And so this vote doesn't change that. So I just don't want to be misunderstood, because, you know, the public is out there listening to, and I never once said or meant anything negative with regard to our action. I think our action has been phenomenal. I think proof of my feelings of that can be found on both Facebook pages. Go look them up. And I just want to make sure that we can learn and grow from this, as I know we will. So the purposes of this comments are to, I think when people hear me speak, sometimes they don't, I'm not as articulate as others, and then other people sort of twist and turn stuff around. And so I don't want to be misunderstood. We've done great. I want to focus on the students as much as possible during this time. And then immediately thereafter, I think everything else can wait, in my view. And if I disagree with others on this board about that, I'm fine with that disagreement. So 2 people have wanted it to go to policy committee. It will go then to policy committee per our policy, new policy on policy, and will be scheduled whenever they feel that it's that it can be fit into that schedule, knowing what our current circumstances are, both now and possibly for several weeks to come. So that's all I wanted to say there. I think we can close this out, since I don't know that we need to even vote on this at this point, but it's that's up to Ms. Antwine, I suppose. But at the end of the day, we've followed our policy on policy, and a member or 2 members can direct those sorts of actions, and so therefore that will occur.
Thank you, Ms. Schulheim. My original statement stands, and I believe Mr. Burns and Dr. Alato's comments sort of reinforce those concerns that I had raised in the first round. I have nothing further to add. Ms. Antwine, you have last comment before we go to roll call and vote.
Thank you, President Corkadell. Thank you, Dr. Arlato. Thank you, drawing blanks, my colleagues, you guys. Thank you, and most certainly, Attorney Burns, thank you for your input. I have to stand on the fact that this is crisis. These are lives. We don't wait to make decisions when lives are at stake like this. We have to weigh in where we can and utilize the tools available to us as the board. policy also, the policy development, as is shown over and over, takes time. So to insinuate that we are jumping the gun or knee jerking or otherwise, I think underestimates the need out there, especially in terms of educational equity. There are circumstances that we did not anticipate. The policy would not tie Dr. Arlotto's hand. In fact, he has had to generate plans to the state superintendent that could be utilized to develop this policy and his regulations. I request that we as a board realize that this is something that we have not encountered before, and that we need to utilize every tool we have in our toolbox to combat it. And that includes our responsibility to develop policy to allow what is going on that directly affects what's going on now. This is, I could ramble, but I will not. I requested my board members not allow this to sit, that if we do take a vote on it, that we do prioritize this and start the development on it. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
No.
Mr. Live?
Nay.
Ms. Hummer?
Nay, and I just want to add, we do have a policy on emergency plans, EHRA emergency plans with regulations that could certainly be looked at in the future to update based on lessons learned. Thank you.
Ms. Alvey?
Nay.
Ms. Ellis?
Nay.
Mr. Grannon?
Nay.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye, and regardless, it's going to go to policy committee anyway, as we're following the
Please,
policy.
we're voting. Let's try to.
Yeah, I know other people gave other reasonings, and so on. Well,
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Corkadell?
Nay. Thank you, Ms. Howell. I'm just going to remind everyone, we're in a different platform, and so I was going to pretty much say the same thing, but Ms. Howell was the one calling roll, not myself. That and I did it myself earlier, so I just took a mental note that I need to create a reminder for myself to separate debate and comment from vote, and to make sure I take my turn to have my full say during that. And I'm going to encourage my other members to do so, because in this unique platform, I think it comes across perhaps a little convoluted. And then when we return to the dais, obviously, some of the additional enhanced transparencies that we have grown accustomed to doing can be resumed. So with that in mind, thanks everyone for working through. For the benefit of the public too, I wanted to keep the debate moving, but I do feel compelled to point out that we did have, this motion technically, and I understand why it started out an origin of educational equity, but we have, for every single action item today and items on the agenda, we did provide an opportunity for the public to be advised of them and to provide written testimony in advance the way they would do otherwise via email, to provide to us to read in. And in case someone was just checking in, just as a reminder, this particular policy discussion and addendum was not previously advertised to afford public comment. But if folks do want to comment on any motions that we made, there are some amendments, of course, in section 6.03 that to please utilize the board office at acps.org. Whether we pass something or not, it's important for us to hear from our people on a prescript, a postscript, and a while live in action when possible. since our circumstances of emergency has not made the logistics and the technology and some of the other things that happen in the background possible for that, I don't want to discourage or dissuade folks from reaching out to us either in the pre or post. So please continue to do so. And that I thought was one really good example where in a normal course, we would have probably had several people step up for live testimony. And but that does not mean that we do not have an opportunity to hear from folks nonetheless. With that being stated, we are now resuming into our normal agenda, and we are on item 6.05, which is West Annapolis Elementary School, the Stormwater Management Inspection and Maintenance Agreement. And with that stated, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Arlotto and his staff for any presentation material and or recommendations that the staff would like to make to the board at this time. Dr. Arlotto.
Thank you very much, President Corkadell. You have, the board has the documents in front of you, and I am recommending approval of the West Annapolis Elementary School Stormwater Management Inspection and Maintenance Agreement.
So moved, Mr. Live.
Do we have a second?
Second, Terry, second.
Thank you, Mr. Gilliland. We have a motion and a second to adopt as presented the maintenance agreement under 6.05. Let's take any comments. Typically, we do not have a plethora of questions for these items because the language is, of course, standard and the same in most of them. So I'm just going to say, please unmute if you have a question. And if we have multiple members who want to speak, then we'll go round robin. But anybody have any questions? Okay, seeing none. Ms. Howell, please call roll. Do we have any, do we have any public testimony on this item?
No, ma'am. There was no public testimony for any items on the agenda today.
Thank you. So without further, please call roll.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Albee?
Aye. Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Thank you. Item 6.06, Old Mill High School West. This is a design document phase we are currently in. And so I'm going to now turn this over to Dr. Arlotto for him and his staff to give us any presentation information and or make recommendations. Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, ma'am. Let me begin with my recommendation. And my recommendation is that the board approve the Old Mill West High School document design. And we have a brief presentation that you should see on your screen before you.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to adopt the recommendation. Dr. Arlotto, if you would kindly proceed with your presentation, sir.
Yes, ma'am. And I think Mr. Sheknovich is online, and he'll begin. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon,
For the record, Alex Sheknovich, Chief Operating Officer, here to present item 6.06, which is the design development documents for the Old Mill West High School. This is the fourth in a series of reports and transactions that we're bringing before the board to continue on with the development of the Old Mill West High School concept. The board previously reviewed the educational specifications, approved architectural engineering contract and the schematic designs. These design development documents are a further refinement of the last schematic design iteration and continue to progress the project forward. In terms of the project summary, the base bid for this project includes an 80 student regional program, which would make the state rated capacity of the school 1,882. We are making provisions in terms of designing at the outset for the possibility of needing a 12-room addition at some point in the future. So we're pre-planning, pre-staging those and making sure that the building's infrastructure and layout could accommodate that should growth within the region or districting concerns within a region potentially make that a requirement at some future date. If that 12-room addition was constructed, that would bring the project up to a 2,137 student capacity. The drawing that's depicted before you shows the existing layout, the property that we know as Papa John Farms, bordered by I-97, New Cut Road, and Grosvenor Road. That property was recently acquired by Anne Arundel County government and is now in the real estate portfolio of the county government. When we get to the stage where the Board of Education will require that property to commence construction work, the county will deed that over to the board, so it will become part of our land holdings. The next drawing shows the layout for the site. So again, it's an overlay. The first thing you'll see is that we have moved the building as far away from I-97 as possible, and that's on purpose, such that we have as much sound abatement, et cetera, from vehicular traffic. So we are utilizing all of the fields and the stadium and parking lots, et cetera, to create that buffer and that standoff distance. So the building is basically tucked more up against the New Cut Road and Grosvenor. The site plan does allow us to accomplish all of the EdSpec requirements, including the correct number of fields, the correct number of parking spaces, et cetera. The other thing you'll notice is that we have facilitated disaggregated access into the building such that buses will principally ingress and egress the site off of Grosvenor Road, and we will limit the interaction of buses with regular car and other vehicular traffic. Those vehicles can ingress and egress off of New Cut Road at an entrance that will be aligned with Stevenson Road. Again, this is all conceptual and will require a lot of detailed efforts and planning on the part of the school district, the County Department of Public Works, and the State Highway Administration. So this is an aerial view of the property. Again, you'll see it's a 3D imagery that shows the school from the perspective of if you were out on I-97. Again, you'll see the school tucked up against Grosvenor Road with the school bus parking facility to the left of the school. And then there will be two other parking facilities for students. And then finally, the main parking facility for staff and administrators up against the building. There will also be a fire lane that will circumnavigate the building, and that's a requirement of the county fire code. The building itself is laid out almost analogous to what we're utilizing for Crofton High School, Crofton area, Crofton High School. The one-story large building mass to plan right on your exhibit will contain all of the public assembly spaces, as well as things like special education, technology education, fitness, dance, etc., as well as the administrative functions for the building. To the left of the plan is going to be the three-story classroom bar connected by two sky bridges that will connect the single-story public assembly parts of the building with the academic bar. Again, this is almost the exact configuration that we are currently utilizing at Crofton. It's been modified just slightly to accommodate the larger student-rated capacity. Again, the second story of the building will have some additional academic spaces such as world and classic languages, and some of the art elements over on the right-hand side of the plan. And then that will again connect through the two sky bridges over to the second floor of the academic wing. And then finally, the third story of the academic wing. And you'll see the ad alternate is accomplished. If you look at either end of the academic wing, the 3-story section, you'll see that the 12-room addition is accomplished by virtue of us adding 2 classrooms onto each side at each floor. So 4 classrooms per floor times 3 gets us to the 12, and we'll adjust the location of the fire stair, the exit stairwell, accordingly. And the final exhibit just shows cross sections going through the building in various perspectives. Again, you can see the large auditorium and gymnasium and public assembly spaces on the right-hand side, and sections going through the 3-story academic wing on the plan left side of the building. The last exhibit is really just some architectural renderings. This one shows the classroom bar that faces out in the direction of where Spalding High School currently exists. And then next one shows the approach to the main entrance coming off Stevenson Road. And the final shows the main entrance of the building itself, where the main office and the public would be entering for things like registration, guidance, etc. And with that, we'll conclude the brief presentation and turn it over to you, Madam President, for any questions you and your colleagues might have.
Ms. Corkadell, are you with us? I'll go ahead and open up for questions, starting with Ms. Antwine.
Thank you, Vice President Ellis. I am put my camera on. Thank you for this presentation. I just had a few questions. Early in the presentation, you shared that we don't quite have ownership of the land that the school will be built on. Did I misunderstand that?
So this is common. The school board does not have a real estate arm. We utilize the county government. There are partners in this. So whenever we go through a land acquisition process, the county government is actually our real estate agent. They go through the procurement of the land on either the purchase or the sales side. They retain possession of it in their real estate portfolio. We then transmit a letter to them indicating that it is time that we need the real estate in our name. They will transfer it over at the courthouse by operation of deed to the Board of Education, but it's a just-in-time transfer. We prefer that the county government retain ownership to it until just the time that we mobilize on the property.
Thank you for that. So with that as the case, when I drive past the site, I see a lot of demolition work going on to include knocking down the barn that's there. I understood that we were going to preserve as many opportunities to reutilize what the farm was already offering or already had. So if we don't have ownership of the land, is someone else doing that demolition right now?
Yes, the prior owners and the county government have an agreement to do that. So that's not really been demolition. That's been selective deconstruction. So portions of the existing facilities are being deconstructed, and some of the full-size timbers, et cetera, have been removed off the property for reuse elsewhere. But again, that is an ongoing effort by the county and others to, again, deconstruct as opposed to demolish, so that reuse can occur to the greatest extent possible. Naturally, there will probably be, at the end, some pieces that can't be reused, and then those will be legally and properly disposed of.
Thank you for that. Then I have a question about the capacity. So when we request funding from the state for this construction, is based on the housing of the students, correct?
Correct. The state is going to analyze the project and determine up to what state rated capacity they are willing to support financially, and the county government will make that same assessment.
So how are we then determining the amount of students? My concern is under 2,000 is what I read, and I feel like, especially with the development in that area, that specific area, there would be a lot more than 2,000 students in attendance at the school. So how was the under a 2,000 student number? How did we come to that number, please?
Well, remember that today we've got approximately 2,400 students rated capacity at Old Mill. When we're completed, there's going to be 2 Old Mill high schools. Even if they were constructed at 1,800 or 1,900 students apiece, you're looking at anywhere between 3,600 and 3,800 students, where the building today can only hold about 2,400. So we're going to be adding anywhere from 1,200 to 1,400 new seats by the time we're completed the entire Old Mill project.
Okay. Based on that, our redistricting as well, when we're determining the committee, is it possible, since some students that may not be going currently to Old Mill, they may be going to the other surrounding high schools at this time, is it possible, and I guess this is for Dr. Arlotto, on the committee, could we also include the principals from Old Mill, Arundel, and Meade for this committee development?
I think that that could possibly occur. Sure, I think we're too early on in the process to determine who is going to be part of the redistricting team as we invite parents in. But as we begin the construction on the project and move forward, then the board will make decisions on who we will include on the redistricting committee.
Thank you. And then my final question is about the egress. The roads there now are pretty narrow for emergency egressing. On New Cut, it's a little bit wider than the Grover Road. Grover's more residential. Are there plans to work with the county to expand those roads as we develop this new high school?
So as part of any permit process, we have to do a traffic study. That traffic study is going to have to meet the requirements of both the county departments of public works as well as the state highway administrations. So we conduct the initial traffic study. We remit that data to both of those public work entities, and then work collaboratively with them to identify any infrastructure or traffic signalization improvements that might be required to efficiently and safely move vehicles and buses around the property.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. And Mr. Shaknovitz, I want to thank you as well for your work that via the despite the pandemic. I've ran into you at central office and otherwise. You have really contributed to the leadership in how we manage this pandemic, and I really appreciate the work here and this presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. It's a team effort.
Vice President Ellis, I don't have anything else.
Thank you, Ms. Antoine. Okay, I'm actually back. Sorry about that. I had to step away for a second. Mr. Gilliland, any questions, comments?
No, I would just say most of my questions were answered during the schematic design phase. So, Mr. Shaknovich, again, thanks to you and your team. I'd say more, but after Ms. Antoine's glowing remarks of thanks, it would sound less sincere if I said it now. So, again, thank you for all that you and your team are doing during this pandemic as well.
Thank you, Mr. Gilliland. Mr. Lott?
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Seknovich, I noticed geothermal for Old Mill West.
So we are required to do a life cycle costing analysis. The state requires us to model 3 different heating cooling systems. We're actually modeling 4 as part of this project. By Department of General Services guidelines, 1 of those 4 must be a geothermal base. That's a statewide requirement. And yes, that is one of our 4 HVAC models that we are doing on a life cycle basis. The result of that will be remitted to the State Department of General Services and to the IEC reviewers. And then based on the results of that analysis, it will point us in the direction that's going to finalize the methodology, means, methods, and configuration of the HVAC system.
Super. Also, I noticed discussion on the structural strength of the roofing system vis-a-vis a possible solar use.
That's correct. So we're utilizing the requirements of the international building codes that are in place. And in selective parts of the building, we are beefing up the structural system that supports the roof so that where feasible or practicable at a future time when it becomes cost beneficial, the roof at least has the loading capacity to contain or support the solar panels in addition to their normal snow loads and other loading requirements of any commercial roof structure.
Thank you. While not directly related to Old Mill West, please extend to operations and maintenance folks the board's utmost gratitude for their hard work during these very pressing times. Your guys are doing a hell of a job, so thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lott. Great. Thank you so very much. Ms. Hummer?
Yes, I just want to echo, I think the building looks beautiful. I'm looking forward to this coming into fruition. Thank you for continuing all your work throughout this. And I've been seeing your facilities teams all over the county working at schools during all this time. And y'all are doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hummer. Ms. Alvey?
I agree with Ms. Hummer, and that's all I have for it. Looks great.
Great. Thank you. Ms. Ellis?
Thank you. I know it sounds redundant, but I have to chime in and offer my thanks to everyone involved in this project. I'm very excited about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Ms. Shulhut?
Did you call Eric?
Oh my God, I'm so sorry, Eric. Mr. Grannon, I think I owe you a beverage for doing it twice.
Well, I won't say no to that, but brevity is wit. Nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Shulhut.
Okay, great. I want to echo the gratitude that the others have shared. A lot of my questions were answered. I did have a follow-on with regard to the geothermal life cycle analysis. My read of it was that the life cycle analysis was done and that as a different option. Oh, shit. All right, hold on one. Sorry, I'm parenting at the same time, and today's been pretty dreadful. So, okay. So anyway, the life cycle analysis. My read of it was that it was done, and that option 2 was the one that made the most sense. Was my read wrong, or was that like a preliminary thought on that, or will more investigation be done?
So the life cycle analysis on our part has been done. That is, from our analysis, the system that appears to again provide the best cost benefits. That analysis and the rationale behind it has to be shared with the Maryland State Department of General Services as well as the other designees of the IEC. They will review that and they will provide us with feedback and input on that and either concur with our analysis or request further information or provide us direction to the contrary.
Okay, I heard all of that. Thank you. So do they ever disagree?
I can't hear.
Do they ever disagree with you, the other bodies?
Typically, it begins with requesting more or additional information. They may request us to provide other background data and or run through different scenarios, different weighting factors. But the models that are used are rather prescriptive. Again, the state has 24 jurisdictions, and the way they apply their rules and regulations are with a great degree of uniformity. So generally, not just us here in the school district, but the consultants that are integrally related and familiar with school construction are generally very familiar with the expectations and the format of DGS and the MSDE. So rarely are they overturned. Typically, it might be more, again, more information. Certainly, if they ask, we are more than happy to share with them, all the data elements, et cetera, so that they can rerun the models themselves. That does happen on occasion as well. But again, we try to be as cooperative as we can with the state. Ultimately, the selection of that mechanical system has to be approved by the state. Otherwise, they will not participate in the funding of the project. That's really where the rubber meets the road.
Cool. Yeah, I just wanted to know about that, about how that was working. Okay, so, I mean, obviously, no one on the board more than me was thrilled to see the solar bit. So I wanted to ask about that. So you're saying that it's not cost effective now. I caught wind of some sort of, trying to reread my notes, some sort of purchasing agreement with other jurisdictions, either in the state or in the region, some sort of rider where we can hop on as someone else's contract, as we typically do. And this one was specific to solar. So are we looking into that?
We're always looking into that. In fact, we already do participate in 2 different solar power purchase agreements.
Okay, so, but I thought that there was a third one, that it was new and that it was different than the other ones. But nonetheless, I was very excited to see that it was not just investigated, but that the infrastructure was in place for future.
And I know we spent a lot of time talking about the roof in response to Mr. Live's question, but the electrical system has already been pre-positioned as well. So the transfer switches, the input and mating requirements are also going to be put in place so that should the solar elements progress, it's not just the roof loading, but the building electrical system will be compatible with it at that future point in time.
That's wonderful. Will that be the standard going forward for all new construction of schools?
We believe so. That's sort of current best practice.
Good. But that wasn't done for Crofton because it was just slightly before this became a best practice. Is that correct?
So we're under the 2018 series of the codes now. The codes get updated about every 3 years. And not just the various international building codes and the fire codes, but also the LEED standards are revisited periodically. So they're evolutionary documents, and we design towards the most current standards that are adopted within a jurisdiction. Okay. So we track those revisions as the codes cycles get revised. Understood.
Because this dovetails nicely into what, the other things I was going to say. I wanted to applaud the energy conservation statement and the LEED design checklist, and it shows great strides and utilization of green building techniques, and so I wanted to applaud you all for that, including this infrastructure that you obviously are putting in place for future solar. And I just ask that that we continue to do all we can to up that LEED score. You know, we did leave some things on the table, but this building is really, really amazing. So I just wanted to say how happy I was about that. I wanted to go back to the intentional deconstruction of the current buildings, constructed and reused as much as possible. Does that include the greenhouses on the property as well?
Well, again, we're not in charge of that because we're not the current building owners, but it's my understanding that the county is working with other partners in the reuse, readapt sphere to try to reutilize as much as possible. I've heard nothing that says that the greenhouses are excluded from that. So if there are portions of the greenhouse that can be repurposed or readapted for another use, I would imagine that would be open as well.
Wonderful. Well, I think that's all that I have. So thank you so much for this. It was a joy to read. And I'm just really, really excited about the movement towards solar and the general energy efficiency rating that this building is achieving, and the LEED silver and all that. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alheim. Alex, I've shared with you personally, and I'll just share in the public that my appreciation for you and your staff is more than words can express, and I know my fellow members have done an outstanding job of doing so in my stead, but that continues to extend to all the hardworking employees. Operationally, this is probably like your worst case scenario situation under this level of emergency, and you guys have not only risen to the occasion, but also created a model of how to well respond when things sort of well beyond your control happen in such a terrible way. So thank you very much. I do not have any questions, just lots of praises for the design work. I know GWWO has been doing an outstanding job with us each and every step of the way. And I look forward to the walkthroughs with Old Mill West, as I have so thoroughly enjoyed with Crofton High School, watching these images that we're seeing here materialize into beautiful, outstanding educational facilities that will well serve our students for years to come. So with that stated, we already have a motion and a second to adopt Dr. Alato's recommended as presented. And so, Ms. Howe, if you could please call vote.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Salvi?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Okay. Thank you very much. Next is Section 7, which are consent items and awards of contract. At this time, before we go into discussion, I am willing to entertain a motion to bundle.
So moved.
Second. We have a motion to bundle and a second. Do we have any? So Dr. Alato, we're going to dispose of this and then if we could just please take your recommendation now prior to voting on that, that would be great. On item 7.01 through item 7.09.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. I am recommending board approval of the contracts as listed on today's agenda, 7.01 through 7.09.
Thank you, sir. So we have a motion to bundle to dispose of. Anyone in contradiction, please remove your mute button and speak now.
Madam President, this is Terry. I I have a conflict of interest on item 7.07. So if Mr. Lai would be inclined, I'd like to ask that we modify his motion to be 7.01 through 7.09, removing 7.07. That way I can abstain on 707.
I have no objection.
Okay, so I'm going to restate the motion then for the benefit of public. We are bundling items 7.01, 02, 03, 04, 05, 06, 08, and 09 as modified and adopted. And we will address 7.07, although it has already been recommended by the superintendent as a separate item. Do we have a second to the new motion?
So moved.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to bundle as amended. Do I have, to gain consensus, do I have anything to the contrary by any member?
So this is Candace.
Mm-hmm.
So we're bundling, but we can still ask questions about the individual contract,
That's
right?
correct. We're going to bundle first as amended, and then we'll handle the first bundle, and then we'll handle after the bundle 7.07. And yes, you'll be able to answer questions, but the bundling has to come before the new motion.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Understood.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That was a question on the motion on the table. I don't see any others. So I'm going to officially call for any dissent of consensus. Seeing none, we're going to move on for a formal motion to adopt the superintendent's recommendation as modified by the previous motion to bundle. Second? Anyone?
Second.
Okay, great. So now we are entertaining debate, comment, and questions on items 7.01, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 9. Ms. Antoine.
Thank you. My question would be for item number 7.01, the AVID program. So is this contract for enrichment purposes of the AVID program, or is it in concert with the current program? I'm misunderstanding the need for the contract overall. I know that we have a very active program, a very active AVID program, and the engagements, they take volunteers, they take tutors and otherwise. I just didn't know that we contracted for that kind of support.
Oh, yeah.
So this is Alex Chagno, Chief Operating Officer. So the AVID program is actually a proprietary offering. So the materials, the training, the contents, et cetera, are proprietary. In order to deliver the AVID program to our students, we have to enter into a membership and licensing agreement with the AVID Center, the organization that develops and sources these products. So this is actually the membership and licensing fees that are required of any jurisdiction that wants to use and deliver AVID to its student body.
Oh, excellent. That helps tremendously. And then the $100 increase was to cover the cost for the new Crofton High School.
Correct, because their membership and licensing fees are stratified depending on your student enrollment and the number of buildings that are utilizing it. And so we have to provide them data about the jurisdiction in terms of the size of the student body that will access the program, the number of buildings, et cetera. And then the licensing fees are tiered accordingly.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you. I would like to also ask a question about 7.03, culinary equipment for Cat South. with both CAT South and CAT North having strong culinary programs, I wanted to better understand why we were only buying additional equipment for CAT South.
So in conjunction with the Curriculum and Instruction Department, we assess all of our tech eds. The CAT South facility was older and more antiquated than the CAT North. The equipment is in much older and in far worse shape and less current than the CAT North facility, and that's why we've prioritized replacing the much older and less better shape equipment at CAT South.
Excellent. Thank you very much. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Mr. Gilliland.
No questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilliland. Mr. Leib.
No questions or comments.
Ms. Hummer.
No questions or comments.
Ms. Alvey.
I'm good, thank you.
Ms. Ellis.
Nothing from me, thanks.
Mr. Grannon.
Nothing further.
Ms. Schallheim.
Good.
Okay. I don't have any further comments. Ms. Howe, would you please call roll to agree to consent for items 7.01 through 6 and 708 and 09?
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Alvey?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Thank you. So item 7.07 is paper consent item and award of contract. We've already heard Dr. Olato's recommendation, which was to approve as presented. Do we have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. We have a motion and a second. I'm just going to open up. Do we, Mr. Gilliland, I believe you had a statement you would like to make on this particular agenda item.
Yeah, again, thank you, Madam President, and I both thank you and the board, as well as apologize to both you and the board just for having to go through this other procedural motion. But I do have a conflict on this and need to recuse myself, so thank you.
I very much appreciate your recusal, Mr. Gilliland, as always. Good mind things alike. Okay, we're going to, I don't anticipate any specific questions, so I'll just say any members wishing to address any questions at this time, please unmute and speak. Seeing none, Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland? Oh, I'm sorry, you recused. Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Alvey?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0, one recusal.
Thank you, Ms. Howe. Item 8.01, the monthly financial status report and revenue and expenditure projections. This is a review item. And so Alex and Dr. Olato, I believe you'll be joining us for this as a presentation. I will turn the table over to you.
Ma'am, there's no presentation as usual. You have the documents in front of you. The board's had time to review, and we are glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Greatly appreciated. And so I'm going to roll call through any questions that any members may have. Ms. Antwine.
Thank you, President Corkdale. I just had one question about the with this monthly status. Is it accounting for additional monies and requests concerning the pandemic?
So Alex Shaknovich, Chief Operating Officer, for the record, as indicated on the cover sheet, this is a accounting of funds expended through February 29, 2020. So it does not cover the time frame in which the bulk of the current circumstances have transpired.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Mr. Gilliland?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilliland. Mr. Lag?
No questions.
Ms. Summer?
No questions.
Ms. Aubie?
No questions.
Ms. Ellis?
No questions.
Mr. Grannon?
No question.
Ms. Shawheim?
Yeah, I have some questions. On the grant side of things, is there an explanation, an easy explanation for the relatively large uptick in mid-level administration, pupil personnel, and community services for this year relative to last year at this time? Was there anything unforeseen?
So on the grant side, there's typically a timing issue of when we receive grants versus when they go through the county second, third, and fourth quarter process. So we've received grants, and our second quarter transfer has gone through the county process and been reconciled in this. There'll likely be a third and a fourth quarter adjustment. So these reports are sort of lagging reports. And then they're trued up at the end of each quarter as we go through the councilmatic actions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Shawheim. I do not have questions at this time. And I want to thank our accounting and budget staff because in finance, and that also extends to our auditor, because I know that although we may be checking in along, there's going to be a lot to address, I got to presume, as a result of the emergency. And so the amount of above and beyond work that I anticipate they're going to have to undertake is going to be very large and will require lots of close collaboration with our county council and our state. So thank you so much, Alex, for everything. I have no further questions. And so with that stated, let me see here. I think we are in, I think that's it. Am I missing something?
No.
Nope.
Yeah, award of contracts.
Okay, award of contracts.
8.02.
Yes, thank you. 8.02. I needed to scroll down a little further on my other screen. I've got multiple screens here going. So item 8.02, awards of contracts. Dr. Arlato, do you have anything to say at this time?
No, ma'am. The board has the documents in front of you, and we're glad to answer questions should there be some.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
With that stated, typically we do not have a plethora of questions, so I'll just open it up. If any one member has any additional questions on the information presented to them, please unmute and speak. And if we have too many, then we'll go round robin. Hearing none. Thank you all so very much. Before we close out this afternoon, I don't want to put Dr. Arlato on the spot, but I do want to provide an opportunity if he would like to say anything to our guests watching and as well and or to the board at this time before we move to close. Dr. Arlato?
Yes, ma'am. I'll always take the opportunity to, one, thank our incredible staff during this the crisis mode that we're in. They've done phenomenal work. Mr. Shaknovich, Mr. Mosier, certainly Dr. McMahon and her academic team, as well as Mrs. Jackson, Dr. Lucarelli, Office of School Performance, and many others. Our food service team is out there and serving. We had yet another record-breaking day in terms of meals served today, and they continue to work hard at it. All of our building service teams and maintenance teams are out there in the schools and continuing to clean and maintain our buildings while we are not in them. And so I very much appreciate all their work. Continue to really very much appreciate, my staff appreciates the support of the board, but most importantly, the support of our community. This has been a difficult time for all of us. We are adjusting and I've heard several of you use the term today, the new normal, but we have phenomenal students, wonderfully supportive parents and community. And as we work through this, we're going to continue to do it together. And because we know, as we say, we are better together. And so we will continue to publish information as we learn it, as I work with the superintendents around the state, as well as Dr. Salmon, our state superintendent, our county executive, our health officer, and the state agencies. As we learn new information, we will certainly continue to publish that. I'll ask our families and students to keep an eye on our frequently asked questions in our e-learning site. That's where we'll continue to publish more information, answer to many questions that are out there, the ones, of course, that we have answers to. But I'm very, very thankful to be part of this community, part of this resilient community. And I want to one more time encourage everybody to stay at home, take care of your family, take care of yourself, take care of your health. That's what's most important at this time. So I thank you for the opportunity, Mrs. Corkadell, and that of your colleagues on the board.
Thank you, sir. The pleasure is ours, of course. I think it would be appropriate. We've never done this before, but I do think there's an appropriateness. I'm going to ask the members, though, in the effort of granting this opportunity, to please limit yourself to, as you would on any other public testimony, to just about a little less, actually. I'd prefer to 2 minutes. If there's anything as it relates to this emergency that you would like to say to your constituents at this time, with a please gentle reminder to keep it brief. And with that stated, I'm going to address that by roll call. This is not a requirement, but if you do feel the need to say something, I wanted to make sure everybody had that chance to provide today, because we are truly in unique circumstances. With that stated, Ms. Antwine.
I think this was a wonderful gesture, President Corkadell. Thank you for that. These are definitely trying times. I have been blessed through some circumstances of hospitalization. I've been able to witness firsthand the devastation of this virus, and I want to emphasize that everyone out there has my prayers and my support wherever I can be. I want to take the time also to tell the students I admire your strength and your tenacity and your commitment to your educational success. I've received many texts, many emails, and otherwise from students especially. I understand how stressful this can be. I have been you way long ago, and I cannot imagine handling this as successfully as you all have. May God bless everyone in this, and let's continue to stay strong together.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Very well put. Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President. I think Dr. Arlotto said it well, but I would just really echo the sentiment that I think others have made about certainly everyone that's doing the heavy lift here. But I especially would like to call out the Food and Nutrition Services team for the yeoman's effort that they are doing with the number of meals being served and the number of locations and certainly the impact that they're having on lives and families during the challenging time. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilliland. Mr. Ladd?
No comment.
Ms. Hummer?
Yes, I want to echo everything Dr. Arlotto said about praising his team, but I also want to really praise Dr. Arlotto. His leadership during this time has been amazing. I've talked with many board members from throughout the state over the past couple of weeks as we all compare notes, and Anne Arundel is standing out as a model for many of the programs and responses that have come out there, and that's all due to the leadership of Dr. Arlotto and his great team. I especially want to shout out to Lorena and Christine, who are the two first food and nutrition people who I've seen every day at the meal sites in closest to my home, and they've been out there smiling and welcoming all children. And so special shout out to them and all of the food services people. It's been an amazing effort on their part. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hummer. Ms. Alvey.
While I doubt that any of my friends are still listening at this point, I would just like to shout out the seniors in particular. I know this time is very hard, but I encourage all of you to continue to do your schoolwork, continue to stay positive, call your friends, spend time with your family, and do your best to get through this. We have gotten through other things before, so I'm trying my hardest to be as positive as possible in this time, and still look forward to those important things and those last moments with your friends before you go on to do great things after this, because I'm praying that all of those things still occur for me and for all the other seniors out there.
Thank you, Ms. Alvey. Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. I just have a couple things to say. I want to wholeheartedly thank Dr. Arlotto and our staff. I keep singing your praises. I'm quite moved by everyone who's involved in keeping our lives moving forward. County government, our governor. I'm so proud to be a Marylander, to live in Anne Arundel County, and to be a part of AACPS. To our students, particularly our seniors, I want to talk to our seniors real quick. I have a senior at home. I know this is very hard on you, as Ms. Alvey was saying. Always look for the silver lining. I see my kids at home connecting with their friends in new ways, and you guys are creating memories, not the ones you imagine. But seniors, you will have stories to tell for the rest of your lives, and you are very, very resilient. To our parents, your kids are going to be okay. They will get an education when all is said and done. I appreciate your patience as we go through these uncharted waters. And I just want to just remind everyone that this is a huge learning curve, but we're going to end up in a whole new place. So thank you, everyone. And finally, please do keep coming to us with your concerns. Your emails have been very valuable to me, and reaching out on social media. And we have shared information. We passed that along to Dr. Arlotto, and they have been reacting, again, because this is all new to all of us. We're learning where there are issues that we might not have known. So please keep those messages coming, and we'll get through this together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Mr. Grannon?
Thank you, President Corkadell. I'll just say briefly that, I want to, God bless all of our students and their families in this difficult time. And maybe just in particular for our youngest learners, we all have different perspectives, but, maybe closest to our younger learners because my kids are young, and, it's just a very difficult time for all of them, and I really applaud what they're going through. I have a 10-year-old, and probably the most serious illness that I ever had to think about when I was 10 was the chicken pox, and these kids are just home indefinitely. They don't fully understand what's happening, but they're dealing with it, and they're doing it with smiles and managing to find, reasons to be, grateful for all kinds of things in their lives. So I really kind of just applaud all of our students in handling this, and we'll get through this. Credits can be replaced. Material things can certainly be replaced, but lives are irreplaceable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grannon. Ms. Schallheim.
Well, I want to echo the gratitude to Dr. Arlotto and staff. It's phenomenal what they've been able to put together, particularly the meal sites. We came out as state leaders on that. I shouldn't say we, you staff came out as state leaders on that. I had nothing personally to do with it. I just stood back in awe and great appreciation for all that you all have done. And the work I know is almost around the clock, and this is very stressful for everyone involved. Speaking for my elementary school age daughter, has been particularly hard on her and her peers. She does not understand the full depth and breadth of this situation. She misses her friends. There's a lot of questions I cannot answer for her and for all of her classmates. And we just we're on a roller coaster whose end we cannot predict, and that's very scary. I want to tell our parents that yes, it'll be okay in the end. It is definitely okay to feel however it is you want to feel about this. And I share in your anxiety and your worry. I know that these things can put a child's education trajectory in question, particularly for our high school students, but that does not change for our elementary and middle school students either. And I just ask for your patience and also for your feedback. You can reach out to me by all the normal means. I've tried to make myself as available as I can. We've had conversations on the weekends. We've had conversations at night. I'm happy to continue to do that. And this is trying. I also want to give a particular shout out to all those parents who are on the front lines of this, all the nurses and doctors and our food and nutrition staff and all the other essential employees. I know you want to be home. I know my husband wants to be home too. He's an essential worker as well. And all we can do is honor your service to our county and to our state, and stay home yourselves, and do that to save lives. This is very, very real. I hear about new measures at the local hospital every day, and sleeping is not something I'm doing well lately. So I share in all of your anxiety, and I appreciate your feedback. Please continue to reach out to me, and I'm happy to serve you no matter where you live in the county. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Schallheim. I'll just conclude. I've had the fortune of being able to make several comments in public hearings, so I don't want to reiterate that necessarily, but I do want to express my blessings and prayers to every single resident in Anne Arundel County, for that matter. We're all a big family at the end of the day, and our family is facing some really tough challenges. And the resilience that has been demonstrated from our students, from our parents and families, our staff, and our teachers who are embarking on a journey that they never probably visualized. And the little things, I know that we're probably missing more than we ever thought that we needed to even appreciate. And so that gratitude for the little things, like the relationship that the students and the teachers have naturally occurring with the little glances and the assurances during moments of uncertainty and insecurity that may be temporarily diminished. But that does not mean that the love and the caring for every single student is not there by our teachers, by our staff, by Dr. Arlotto, and by every single board member. And we don't know what tomorrow is going to hold. But what I do know, and what I have total faith in, is the heart of every single person out there to do what they're faced with and know that they need to do. It's in their best interest at all times in making those decisions. This is not a moment of perfection, but a moment of resilience and rising to the occasion. And certainly we have done so in so many ways. We're going to continue to be redefining what's going to be happening. And so I want to do a shout out to our public who regularly attends our meetings. and those who may, because now they're home and have a chance to turn on the TV or a laptop not monitor at work, to be able to check in with us, whether in whole or in part. And these are some longer meetings. Our roll call does create a naturally occurring, but I know that based on the technology and a lot of the things that have to go on in the background between Ms. Howe, the production team, myself, Mr. Mosier, and such, I need to call them out in particular, because we just did something that our school system was not prepared to do and has never done before. As time goes on, we are looking towards making sure that we have secure platforms to create perhaps some future opportunities for public participation that we're not currently practicing. But we may be in this environment as it exists moving forward. And I know that our board members have continued to adapt, and we will continue to improve in every opportunity that we can to demonstrate the transparency that I believe every single resident in Anne Arundel is fully aware of, because we are one of the most transparent boards across the state. And to have to modify some of that for the condition is something that I'm completely prepared to continue to do. But that doesn't mean that we don't want to get back as quickly as possible. So as Dr. Arlotto had stated, our website, aacps.org, the announcements, the texts that you're getting, stay informed, stay advised, and that's how we can all together continue to make really good decisions. And Dr. Arlotto, your leadership has been unwavering, and I know that our school's history is going to have a big giant star and highlight next to your name for rising to a challenge that no superintendent has ever had to face until now. So thank you very much from the bottom of my heart and behalf of me and my kids and my family. Sincerely appreciated. A couple announcements before we officially close out. Our next general board meeting will be Wednesday, April 15th at 7 p.m. And the policy committees and the budget committees are committed. We are working towards getting them back up and running. As Ms. Antwine had pointed out, we have some business that we still need to keep moving, and we need to keep those portals open. They are very critical in our operations. And so I will just tell the public to stay tuned because we will be probably announcing some of these meetings coming up in very short order on an as-needed basis. And the policy will be resuming their monthly with perhaps some unique circumstances. We're probably going to go back to, we'll probably do some sort of dial-in opportunity for the public to be able to hear in, but we will make sure that we meet all of our OMA obligations and the transparency. A shout out to our auditor, Walt, and Darren, our attorney. They're doing double time too. And they're part of our staff. They're not part of the staff that everybody's been referring to, so I want to make sure that they're not missed. I know in not every single board member's heart, they are not forgotten or missed. But I wanted just to say it for the record, and because I really do mean it. So with that stated, I am willing to entertain a motion to adjourn.
Moving to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, anyone opposed? Seeing none, everybody stay safe, stay at home whenever possible and however possible, and stay healthy. Thank you.
Bye all.
Bye all. God bless.